Introducing Ethiopia's Freedom Tours. What is an Ethiopian Freedom Tour? We are giving you the opportunity to visit us in Ethiopia on your terms. You pick the date, summer, spring, October, or December. It's your choice. 3 days, 5 days, 7 or 9 days. It's your choice. Several options to choose from. Tour Addis Ababa. Tour Shashamani, Hawassa and Wando Genet, Lalibela and Aksum, or a combination of them all. It's all up to you. Need more information? Check our Freedom Tour booklet. Press the link in the description or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Ethiopia Freedom Tours. When will you be coming?
Blessed love, Honourable Priest Isaac, it's Sister Beulah here. Just come to share a few words regarding my natal chart, which was recently done. Thank you. But firstly, I have to make mention of the rudiments of ancient astronomy course that I completed, which ultimately woke my heavens to astronomy as a subject as a whole, and the ancient fundamentals of the universe, planets, stars, and all the other beautiful things I'm learning about. Yeah, the spring equinox, real like that. And just the effect that they have on us daily. Why I think it's really important you have some basic knowledge of astronomy before you get your natal chart reading done is so you will understand the straightforward mathematics that goes into the reading that Priest Isaac does for you. The natal chart reading is nothing to be viewed with any taboo or spookism. It just offers an in-depth astrological reading of the heavens at your time of birth, and the way the Honourable Priest Isaac is able to break down the planetary alignments and interpret how they should be showing up through you as an individual is just mind-blowing and accurate to your character. Trust me, it just adds deeper meaning to self. For me personally, getting my natal chart reading done and embarking on the principles of ancient astronomy as an ongoing study daily has been the best thing I could have ever done for me and my children. Rastafari. For these few words, I'm very thankful, and for crossing paths with the Priest Isaac Institute, I will forever be grateful for. Rastafari, Empress Menensil, blessed love. Thank you.
Our guest today on Meet the Press is His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I, Emperor of Ethiopia. The Emperor is a direct descendant of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, and he rules over the oldest Christian nation in the world. During his reign of more than 30 years, he has been a strong advocate of collective security. Your Majesty, in view of the African drive against colonialism and South African racism, what is the place the white man will have in Africa? Does he have any choice between leaving or accepting domination by the black man?
Royal family give thanks. Abaka Janai, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Of course, you're in the Tiger's Temple, your humble servant here with you, the Honorable Priest Isaac. In 1963, Emperor Haile Selassie I, on one of his visits to the United States of America, encountered the television program known as Meet the Press. And at the Meet the Press program, he was interviewed and asked questions by 4 reporters from different news organizations. One of them really stood out, and that is one known as Pauline Frederick, which represented the NBC network. This is the meditation we will be getting into today, Royal Family. We are going to highlight again, just because of the questions that were asked, that we are dealing with the prominent figure in the world at that time, Earth's rightful ruler, who is the King of Glory. And Royal Family, before we go thus far, let me just remind everyone that we will be officially launching the Ethiopian Tariq, the Ethiopian History essay competition on the 5th of May. This year is going to be a beautiful and wonderful experience. Remember, for the past 13 years, we would have been hosting the essay competition in the Caribbean. And this time now, this is on a much bigger stage. All of those other essay competitions were like, oh Christ, do thou my soul prepare for this bright home of love. So now that we are in the bright home of love, we will continue what we have always been doing, giving back to the community as it relates to the edification of the youth. Remember, there's a reason for the essay competition. It is to not only edify, but to encourage the youngest of the generations to go and research their rich history, of which there is such a rich history here in Ethiopia. So as we continue to get closer to the 5th of May, we will continue to give you more information as it relates to the upcoming essay competition. And then at the same time, we will be showing you exactly how we will proceed as it will climax on the 2nd of November this year. So as you can see, there's several months in between because there's a lot of work to be done. I just mentioned that to you. It's a much bigger stage. Remember, obviously, we reach out to the highest of officials, the Ministry of Education. The Minister of Education must have a good understanding of what it is that we are doing, and we are obviously hoping that they can collaborate with us. If that is the case or not, it will still continue. There are many other diplomats that must be introduced to the program. Remember, there is the whole aspect of the sponsorships and those who we would like to collaborate with, that we will reach out to, venues for prize giving ceremonies. Remember, we're dealing with almost a subcontinent here within itself, Ethiopia. This is not a little island with 100 and something thousand people. We're talking about 130 to 140, some say, million people, and a large percentage of that are the children within the age group that we will be targeting. So this is a serious thing: marketing and television and radio airtime and promotion and getting within the school system. And again, this obviously will take teamwork. So we have already begun to coordinate the team and coordinate the personnel that will be assisting in this movement. Royal Family, the 13 years that we would have done the essay competition, we have not received a dime. At any time has it profited us financially. In fact, we always take our own personal finance and put into it. That's not the motive. It is supposed to yield its own income, of course. It is supposed to create a support group, and those who would sponsor who will also, will get their promotion for their sponsorship. So it's a great mechanism which would need a manifesto. All of that is what we are working on now. It must be detailed on paper. We have emails to send out, we have phone calls to make. There's so many things that must be done. just to make this a successful project. We have to employ people just to make this a successful project. Remember, we've done this for 13 years on a smaller stage. It was as if we were in the gym. But now it's time for the rumble in the jungle, if you see what I'm saying. So I'm looking forward even to continue to share the information with you, looking for the support of all of those of you who can support. You obviously see this is a program from the heart. It is a must. Our Father is the minister of education, and it is the education of his young ones that he has at hand. So definitely continue to stay close to us as we gravitate to that. Again, the program in the Tiger's Temple today, again, is to highlight the importance of Haile Selassie on the earth stage, the world stage, if you prefer. During that time, during the time of the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, Emperor Haile Selassie I, the Emperor of Ethiopia, was seen again as Earth's rightful ruler. We highlighted this in the documentary we did dealing with the Shah. We highlighted this even in the Kiss of Death. So again, I want to begin with this program here, the Meet the Press program in 1963, just after the establishment of the Organization of African Unity. And Miss Frederick is the fourth reporter that will be asking her questions, and her questions to me stand out. Rastafari, the Tiger's Temple.
Your Majesty, in view of the African drive against colonialism and South African racism, what is the place the white man will have in Africa? Does he have any choice between leaving or accepting domination by the black man?
No. Did you get that? In light of the developments that are taking place in Africa, and again, that is talking about the Organization of African Unity and the coming together of the free African countries. And she's asking, what place will the white man have in Africa? Okay. Does he have to leave, or can he stay and do business and develop himself? Obviously, I'm paraphrasing, but you're going to get it word for word again. But I'm just trying to show you the nature of the question. What kind of question is Miss Frederick asking? How is he supposed to know that? They don't have no power over that. Nobody said that. Nobody said that. It's not as if she just escaped from the crack house. She is an intelligent journalist, intrepid reporter. And she is asking a very logical and rational question for the time. And she's asking it to the right person. Listen to it again.
Your Majesty, in view of the African drive against colonialism and South African racism.
In view of the African drive against colonialism and South African racism, and that drive against colonialism, remember from Menelik II, who conquered Crispy and his army and preserved the independence of Abyssinia, Ethiopia. And Pan-Africanism really saw its true beginning somewhere around that time. So this coming together of the African free heads of state. Listen, hold on. I just want you to get this good. Because the first reporter who got 3 questions, he tried to get out of Haile Selassie what part he was playing in the liberation of Africa on the battlefield. Remember, you had countries, for example, South Africa, for sure, Zimbabwe, Mozambique. There were different countries, that were literally on the battlefield fighting for their independence. They did not necessarily get it like how Ghana got its independence. The situation was different as it related to them. So this is why you have Brother Nelson Mandela and other leaders would have come to Ethiopia and received training. We would have done programs on that. Most of you know. Nelson Mandela got a gun from Haile Selassie the First. The Haile Selassie gun, they call it. So the thing is, the point is really that yes, Ethiopia was already on the front line when it comes to the liberation of Africa, especially on a military level too, and otherwise, and funding. It is well known. His Majesty's grandchildren would have done many interviews, and they bring it up all the time that yes, and we were very active in the liberation of Africa. So the point I'm making is, she understands, the world understood that we're dealing with the individual who is leading the anti-colonialist movement, colonialization movement, anti-colonialization movement, to the point now that she's asking him,
what is the place the white man will have in Africa?
What is the place that the white man will have in Africa? So it is as if we are at the decision-making table now. It's decision-making time. What is the place that the white man will have in Africa? What's wrong with Miss Frederick? He wouldn't know that. Is that so? She went on to ask a second part to the same question.
Does he have any choice between leaving or accepting domination by the black man?
Does he have any choice between leaving or accepting domination by the black man? Now, what kind of question is this? Who is she talking to? The king of the world? How would he know if she has any, or how would he know if, the white man has a choice in staying or leaving or accepting domination by the black man or the domination by the black man? Since when the black man have all that power to dominate the white man in Africa? And if they want to leave, they can't leave. This question is so loaded, Rastafari. And just the question alone, we're not going to listen to the answer. It's not the answer the king gave. You can go and check the video. They have about 10 different published Meet the Press video, 1963. You can watch it all and get a better understanding of it. It's not the answer I'm talking about. It's the question that I am highlighting. So just think of that. And she was not ridiculed for her question as if, well, what madness is this? It was a sensible question. And if you thought that question was hot, wait until you hear the next question. But the point is here. She's sitting across the room from the father of Africa, and obviously in the nature of that question, Earth's rightful ruler. You see, this is one of the reasons why we did the video, The Kiss of Death, clearly showing you who the master is. This is why we also did the publication dealing with the Shah of Iran when he crowned himself Shah, the King of Kings, I guess of Persia, really, because the Persians carried that title too. You read it in your Bible, the King of Kings and all of that stuff. So, but the reality is, on a diplomatic level, we would have showed to you that wherever the emperor is, even at gatherings where almost every leader of the world is there, he must have the highest seat, the most prominent place in the gathering. It has always been. So who we dealing with? Earth's rightful ruler. All right. We are going to take in the next question. This is the Tiger's Temple.
To everyone who has been asking, Priest Isaac, how can I make a contribution to the Institute? Press the link in the description and you'll get all the information that you need to do such. We truly appreciate your inquiry. For more information, email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Attention! Join us in Ethiopia from the 20th to the 29th of July 2026 for the Lion of Judah Tour, as we celebrate the 134th anniversary of Emperor Haile Selassie I, Emperor of Ethiopia. In Addis Ababa, we will visit the Grand Jubilee Palace, the University of Addis Ababa Imperial Palace, the Throne Room and Palace of Menelik II, and of course, the Science Museum, the National Museum, the Battle of Adwa Museum, and so much more. Then we go south to Shashamane and visit the hot springs and waterfalls of Wando Geddon. And don't forget the summer palace of the emperor. Come prepared to rock Nagabingo. Remember that the Lion of Judah Tour is all inclusive. Your meals, your accommodations, transportation, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of our 50%, 30%, and 20% discounts that are available. For more information or to register, email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. The Lion of Judah Tour. What a gathering. And see you there.
For all those who are planning to be with us in July for the Lion of Judah Tour from the 20th to the 29th, we have created a booklet answering all the questions that you would have as it relates to this upcoming tour. The itinerary is also included in the booklet. You can get the booklet in PDF form by emailing us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. But in the description below the video, you have the link to the digital flipbook version of this booklet, The Lion of Judah Tour. You get all the information on where we will be going on our events. You have all the information as it relates to the special discounts, the 50%, the 40%, the 30%, and of course the full price, which is still very economical for the grand tour that you will be getting, the marvelous package that we would have put together for this upcoming Lion of Judah Tour. So again, press the link in the description below for the online flipbook, or email us if you prefer the PDF, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Yes, royal family, beautiful. And let me just remind everyone that the 50% discount on the Lion of Judah Tour really comes to an end officially on the 1st of May. So you still have a few days to definitely contact us, make your mind up. This is going to be an experience that obviously you won't forget, just like the other experiences and all those who came on the other tours that we would have done. And every tour has its own little different twist. This one is going to have its own little different twist. Yes, you'll be sailing with the hippos, the hippopotamuses, or hippopotami, whatever the plural form of it is. But family, as I said, the 1st of May, it will bring to an end the 50% discount on the Lion of Judah tour. And keep in mind, that when you register for the tour officially, you actually pay down half of whatever the price is at the time. And again, in the booklet, all the information is there to tell you exactly when you have to make the second payment. And you have time to prepare yourself, I'm telling you, to have such a wonderful experience with I. I'm really looking forward. So just remember, the links are in the description below. All you have to do is go into the description and press the link. The booklet would appear. It's easy as that. And you just flip through the pages. It's not a lot of reading. It's like a pamphlet. And it will give you all the information that you need. Beautiful family. Give thanks for all the love and give thanks for all those who patronize us. Now, as we continue, Rastafari live. As you clearly would have heard, we're dealing with the earth's rightful ruler here in just the expression of the question. But let's go straight to the next question now, which really takes it to another level, somewhat of a prophetic level. And I want you basically to listen to this. To me, more than anything, it's as if there is a one word that really stands out here. This is Miss Frederick, and we are once again listening to Meet the Press, 1963, the visitation of Haile Selassie I to the United States of America. And he is the guest.
Your Majesty, in the 16th year of the League of Nations, you accurately prophesied its fate. The United Nations is in its 18th year. What do you see for its future and why?
And so basically, there are two aspects to this to me. First of all, the bombshell. In 1930, not 36 really, but that's not what she said. In the 16th year of the League of Nations, you accurately prophesied its fate. Hold on. Hold on, Rastafari. Now, just taking into consideration the first question, it's not as if this question lives by itself. The first question to me, really, even more than this, really brought to, solidified, concretized who we really dealing with in world geopolitics. And her mind frame is a consensus at the time. You may not have been around in 63, and even if you were, you may have been a little, a little lad. You may not be picking up none of this stuff. And even those who would have been there and been adults and have passed on, a lot of this have gone over their heads too, or under, because when, maybe gone over their heads. But the point is that now she's asking another question. And the question itself is very powerful. Because the question is, what do you see for its future and its fate? Listen, man. So it's like if she's talking to a Swami here. Look into your crystal ball. Because the first part of the question, she declared that Haile Selassie is a prophet. Miss Frederick's NBC network. Also, I think it's Pauline Frederick. In the 16th year of the League of Nations, you accurately prophesied his fate. She's not asking him that, or do you think no, she's telling him and the world, well, listen, in the 16th year of the League of Nations, you already told us what was going to happen. That's what's happened, and you were right on point. So since you don't know, you're the undisputed heavyweight champion. What is going on now? This is the 18th year of the other thing here, the United Nations. What's going to happen to it? Yeah. Listen, Rastafari. This ain't no game, eh? I'm not afraid to tell.
Blessed love, Honourable Priest Isaac, it's Sister Beulah here. Just come to share a few words regarding my natal chart, which was recently done. Thank you. But firstly, I have to make mention of the rudiments of ancient astronomy course that I completed, which ultimately woke my heavens to astronomy as a subject as a whole, and the ancient fundamentals of the universe, planets, stars, and all the other beautiful things I'm learning about, the spring equinox, real like that, and just the effect that they have on us daily. Why I think it's really important you have some basic knowledge of astronomy before you get your natal chart reading done is so you will understand the straightforward mathematics that goes into the reading that Priest Isaac does for you. The natal chart reading is nothing to be viewed with any taboo or spookism. It just offers an in-depth astrological reading of the heavens at your time of birth, and the way the Honourable Priest Isaac is able to break down the planetary alignments and interpret how they should be showing up through you as an individual is just mind-blowing and accurate to your character. Trust me, it just adds deeper meaning to self. For me personally, getting my natal chart reading done and embarking on the principles of ancient astronomy as an ongoing study daily has been the best thing I could have ever done for me and my children. Rastafari. For these few words, I'm very thankful, and for crossing paths with the Priest Isaac Institute, I will forever be grateful for. Rastafari, Empress Menin Seal, blessed love. Thank you.
Honorable Priest Isaac here, and I'm here with Brother Nakaya Yahawasha, and of course, how you felt about the tour, the different places we visited, the different parks, museums, churches, the Christ Mass. Give us your experience, my Lord.
Yeah, man, and bless up, Priest Isaac Institute, for coordinating, this year, necessary and full occasion, wherein I got the opportunity now, guidance and safety and security, to be able to forward here, into this year, I grounds, I motherland, Ethiopia itself, and to touch in Ethiopia and also to touch very, very sacred grounds, such as the King's Palaces, because now I am, multiple palaces where the king, resided, meeting grounds, clothes that the king wore himself, so to touch on these different areas, go to the museums, also to the national, institutes, as well as, the space program to see what's going on, as well ancient, traditional Ethiopia, as well as where Ethiopia is heading for the future. Definitely. Iman, is personally encouraging I myself to return here and making the necessary preparations to come forward to be here. So it's not just a dream but a reality. So I can continue to learn, because there's so much to learn. There's no way to learn and compact everything in just one tour.
Lots
so
to see.
I is looking forward to the future tours, not just the next tour, but the tours up on top of the tours up on top of the tours.
Building.
To everyone who has been asking, Priest Isaac, how can I make a contribution to the Institute? Press the link in the description and you'll get all the information that you need to do such. We truly appreciate your inquiry. For more information, email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Introducing Ethiopia's Freedom Tours. What is an Ethiopian Freedom Tour? We are giving you the opportunity to visit us in Ethiopia on your terms. You pick the date, summer, spring, October, or December. It's your choice. 3 days, 5 days, 7 or 9 days. It's your choice. Several options to choose from. Tour Addis Ababa. Tour Shashamane, Hawassa and Wando Genet, Lalibela and Aksum, or a combination of them all. It's all up to you. Need more information? Check our Freedom Tour booklet. Press the link in the description or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Ethiopia Freedom Tours. When will you be coming? Family, listen to this. Suppose the planet Uranus was in the constellation of Sagittarius when you were born. What would that mean? Well, I'm not too sure. Well, let me tell you. Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter and is a very, very powerful constellation. Its characteristics are the same as that of Jupiter. These qualities are expansion, growth, optimism, abundance, and progress. These potentials will surface when ignited by the qualities of Uranus. And Uranus's qualities are reformation and rebellion to the system. Royal family, you should get your own accurate natal chart, birth chart reading. And remember, at this time, your package is still at 50% off. Remember, you're going to get it in PDF form. It's a book. You're going to get it in flip book form, electronic. And of course, you can share it with your friends and family. Know where every planet was when you were born. Not just the exact constellation, but the precise coordinations in the heavens. This is accurate astronomy. Your natal chart reading. 50% off. Email me, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com.
Blessed love, Honorable Priest Isaac. It's Sister Beulah here. Just come to share a few words regarding my natal chart, which was recently done. Thank you. But firstly, I have to make mention of the rudiments of ancient astronomy course that I completed, which ultimately woke my heavens to astronomy as a subject as a whole, and the ancient fundamentals of the universe, planets, stars, and all the other beautiful things I'm learning about, the spring equinox, really like that. And just the effect that they have on us daily. Why I think it's really important you have some basic knowledge of astronomy before you get your natal chart reading done is so you will understand the straightforward mathematics that goes into the reading that Priest Isaac does for you. The natal chart reading is nothing to be viewed with any taboo or spookism. It just offers an in-depth astrological reading of the heavens at your time of birth, and the way the Honourable Priest Isaac is able to break down the planetary alignments and interpret how they should be showing up through you as an individual is just mind-blowing and accurate to your character. Trust me, it just adds deeper meaning to self. For me personally, getting my natal chart reading done and embarking on the principles of ancient astronomy as an ongoing study daily has been the best thing I could have ever done for me and my children. Rastafari. For these few words, I'm very thankful, and for crossing paths with the Priest Isaac Institute, I will forever be grateful for. Rastafari, Empress Menensil, blessed love. Thank you.
To everyone who has been asking, Priest Isaac, how can I make a contribution to the Institute? Press the link in the description and you'll get all the information that you need to do such. We truly appreciate your inquiry. For more information, email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com.
Mawe Haile Selassie, Bata Janai Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Royal family give thanks for your presence with us once again. Tiger's Temple, Honorable Priest Isaac, your humble servant. Several years ago, it has to be more than 10, I decided consciously that I did not want to be involved in any debating activity. You may not know, but since 1999, we created something somewhat like a debate league on my program, The Mystic Vibration in Antigua on ZDK Radio. I started a series known as the Who is God series. And I would have invited individuals from different religious persuasions, whether it be Christian, different levels of Christianity, Adventist, and those who were Protestants, and Hebrew Israelites, and Islamic ones, and individuals that followed Dr. Malachi York, and different ones we brought into what I would have referred to as the arena. And each one had their night on my weekly program. The whole program was theirs to express themselves. And we would at the end collaborate together and have a very lively back and forth. And then when I created the paper, The True Biblical Land of Israel, a theological paper, and transformed it into a book, even before it was transformed into a book. Oh, I went on such a serious campaign, international. I reminisce on it all the time, reaching out to every aspect of religious theology that I could think about to the best of my ability, asking anyone who think that they can dispute my theory that the land of Israel, according to the biblical description, is Africa plus Arabia, and it yielded very, very few who stepped up to the plate. And then again, there was the Identifying the Creator series. Family, this was something I did not because I had any enmity with anyone, but I just wanted to express and prove that Haile Selassie, his divinity is sure. King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, his order is perfect. This was my thing. But then after a while, I said, let me just put that aside, as they would say, hang up the belt. Because it was not something that we really, really intended to go forward with. Again, we're not really looking to establish no professional debate league. In fact, our meditation really is nation building. I found that this is just almost a waste of time because there's no one that can even penetrate this dome as it relates to the truth regarding Haile Selassie I and King Emmanuel's order. That is for sure. Now, as I said, the nation building aspect is the key thing. That is where we are right now. Not necessarily debating and arguing over concept. In fact, we've come so far that those who used to be at each other's neck are now trying to work together, especially even within Rastafari, and I can speak about that. You see, when ones disagree with my theory and my theology and my belief and what I bring to the table, that's not a big problem to me. I disagree with most ones and what they believe and what they bring to the table, and their theology and their philosophy. That doesn't make us enemies at all. But there are those who disagree, and they disagree with some disrespect. There are those who may not see eye to eye, and for some reason they feel that they can cuss you out when they make their comments. About a year ago, I did a video on YouTube, and I issued a challenge to anyone who seriously thinks they can challenge the divinity of Haile Selassie I, or anything that has to do with King Emmanuel and his order. No, I'm very serious. Now, I am bringing the same message again, but this time I'm going to amplify it because no one stepped up to the plate. Now, I mean, if you don't step up to the plate, that is just a wise move on your behalf. But then if you know you cannot defend what it is you're trying to spew, you should just keep quiet. Now, royal family, as I said, we are about kingdom. But you see, we are organizing this in such a way that it would be purely educational to those who look on. So, if you have any qualms, any discrepancies whatsoever as it relates to what you hear us speak about, don't be afraid. You can send us an email. Give us a paragraph or two and explain yourself properly, because this is not a joke. I'm not calling anyone to have no argument. When I say a debate, I mean professionally done. We set the date and we set the time. We set the arena. Or we can collaborate with many. The more people see it, the better. So you can give me an hour and you can take an hour. And then whatever the case, even if it's a rebuttal, let's do it professionally. There's nothing wrong with that. That's good. It's even good for the audience. Now, because, again, I would have already said to myself, this debate stuff, I mean, no one has ever defeated me in any debate. Never, even unofficially. I'm not playing around. Just about 2 months ago, I was in a region known as ASCO. And in ASCO, there's an area that's strongly Oromo. And the Islamic energy there is heavy. And I was moving through ASCO and passing some brothers and some sisters having chai and buna, tea and coffee. And they stopped me, I should say, or attempted to stop me at first. Rastafari, come and have buna, and I just kept moving. I said, not right now, but I'm a second Galato. And I kept moving, and a few feet after, I just stopped, turned around, and I went and I sat with them, and they rejoiced. And although many people always say that this set of people don't like the emperor and that set of people don't like the emperor, I don't really get that at all. In fact, it's always love, no matter what region I am in, especially when they see my badge, the guidance that I have on of Haile Selassie I. So anyway, I myself sitting amongst them, one of the elders just began to highlight Rasmussen and his wife, Shebet. He asked me actually if I know who Haile Selassie's mother was. And I explained to him, yes, and I told him, Shebet. Yes, and he said, Rasmussen took her away and transformed her into a Christian. And then he went on to say, Rasmussen is selfish and Menelik is selfish. And he used the term kita, and I never understood what it meant. He said, Yeshima bet kita. And he wasn't too pleased with how they handled, I guess, the Islamic aspect of her heritage. And then he was trying to take a shot at the emperor. And I mean, I listened. I humbly listened. But then after a while, I stepped in. And I explained to him that the people of Harar love Rasmussen. The people of Harar love Menelik II. Although he conquered the region, he stabilized the region. And there's no way on earth they could have existed in such a strongly thick Islamic population unless they were beloved. Rasmussen, Haile Selassie built mosques in Harar all over Ethiopia when it comes to Haile Selassie I. And these leaders, Mokenen and Tafari himself, would have held banquets for the mullah and the ulemas and the ummah in general, which is the family of Islam. I mean, just as it got quiet there, it got quiet there. And they understood because I went into the exile period, which is an aspect of Haile Selassie that is well misunderstood, Rasta. Just like how the thought is in the West, even in Ethiopia, one's confused the reality of what took place, why the emperor left, and the exile period, and how he returned. Well, you know we cover all of this with clarity. And I'm not going into the full speech I gave to them, but I had an audience, many of which understood the English. I took my time to speak and I went in detail of how Haile Selassie, with his genius, would have conquered Mussolini, and nothing, we would be sitting and having no Shai and no Buna if the King of Kings was not on the throne when Mussolini attacked. These brethren agreed. Alhamdulillah. These brethren said that they understood. We shook hands, hugged, and I went on my way. My point is, again, I'm not a person that even loves to challenge anyone with what they think and what they believe. And I'm quick to listen to what you have to share, especially if you are different than myself. But you see, when you start to prick at Haile Selassie, I don't care where I am. I could be the only lion, yes, lion, in the pack of hyenas. I do not care. I defended Haile Selassie straight up. Now that is because I am positive I'm dealing with the Almighty God. No play around here, no second fiddle, no Jesus business. Haile Selassie is the Most High. Now if you have an issue with that, instead of leaving nasty comments, and I must back up boy and all in foolishness, you can, as I said, give me a drop on the email, and in a paragraph or two, you could explain me your theory in a nutshell, so we can see, because we don't want to waste our time, because we will promote this good, so the people will make sure that they are front and center. And again, 45 minutes is good for me. I like it long. Give me an hour, man. And you can take an hour. I'm sure in 5 minutes we can see you ain't going nowhere. And the thing is, I know all who I'm speaking to. I don't want to make nobody famous right now. If you want to be famous, step up. If you have a problem with King Emmanuel being Melchizedek, nothing wrong. Everybody have their own philosophy. I'm not upset. What are you talking about? We're celebrating the 21st of April. I was just amongst the brothers in the 12 tribe organization. Everything wasn't, Bobo Shanti there, but it was Rastafari, and it was love, and it was joy. I have no problem. I believe in unity, not because we may have a different understanding of things, but the disrespect that comes with it. You see, as I always say, when you are riding your bike on the way home, you cannot stop and pay attention to every dog that barks at you. You got somewhere to go, and most of these dogs are behind the fence. And they have some dogs running you from behind the fence, and when they reach to the opening in the fence where the gate is open, they run back. So you don't have time to waste with them. This is why the challenge is so serious. That if you have a specific point, I'm not going to debate nothing way off, like the flat earth theory. I'm not into that. Even if I don't think the earth is flat, I'm not going that far. This is not what it's about. Again, I'm not forming no debate league here. Not if Mary was a virgin, and I'm not going too far with that kind of stuff. We teach this. As Brother Henry Clark said, he doesn't really debate with those who are not his equal. But you see, the thing is, my equal agree with me. So again, we get a proper moderator. We get a proper mediator. We have a nice time. People will love this. So if you say, well, Haile Selassie is not divine, or whatever it is, bring your subject. I don't have no subject to make up. Let me hear what you say, respectfully, in a paragraph or two. You know my email, priestisaachinstitute@gmail.com. Don't drop it on no comment nowhere. And speaking of the masters, Dr. Henry Clark, Dr. Ivan Van Serten was asked about those who criticized his work. And he said that is not for him to study about. That is for those who I teach and know the value of my work. They will deal with them. That's how it's really supposed to go. Nobody's supposed to be talking no smack and making no comment, and it's just there floating in the wind. I'm very serious. But since that's the case, no problem. Again, one more time, you can send me an email. You disagree with whatever you think, and we will tell you how we handle it, even when it comes to the utilization of the celestial, the stars and the planets. We have no problem, but you have to design, your argument properly and your subject and your topic so we can see where you're going and how to frame it. And okay, we can debate that, no problem. Our utilization of ancient chemistry, you have a problem with that? No problem, but frame your argument properly so we know what's your qualm exactly and how we can put that together. All right, no problem. We can give it a month or two to prepare so you can train. Call up Mike Tyson and see if he can train you. But this ain't going to be no joke. So once more, I take an hour, you can take an hour. We can have a rebuttal or we can set it a bit differently, because we're dealing with serious information and serious knowledge here. So yes, royal family, again, we give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. The challenge is on. I would not be surprised if nobody step up, which is not a problem. But then if you don't step up, you should shut up. And that is the reality of it. And at the same time, even if, again, a person out there who is not one of these disrespectful ones, and you may believe that, listen, priest, I don't agree with so and so, and you think you want to have a little friendly spar. I don't have an issue with that neither, because a debate is a professional thing. Again, it's because I have been into it for a long time. When I say, for example, man, the Who is God series, not the Who is God series, pardon me, the Identifying the Creator series, and we would rent lecture halls and bring all the opponents behind one table, people that deal with Orisha, people, so many different things for us to identify the Creator in a debate form and in a debate fashion. So this was basically what really strengthened me as well. When it comes to defending Haile Selassie I, I would have done this for a decade plus, just a lot of debating. That is why I could easily say, enough of that. People reach out to me already too, about coming on this station to debate with someone over the Bible, and no, I've passed that. And if it's the right book and wrong book, no, that's no. You see, the thing is too, before we seal this up, we're not here playing ping pong with knowledge. I'm not pretending like I'm Mr. Know-it-all. What you talking about? Know-it-all. You don't even understand the all, man. And there's none of us that can even nearly fathom the understanding of what exists that we don't even know exists. The parallel worlds and the different dimensions, and even just this world and this dimension, just what's under your feet you're not even aware of. What's at the bottom of the ocean, your knowledge of things, and no, you're way off. We're all way off. But it is the Spirit of the Most High, the quickening spirit of wisdom, that we must rely on and understanding to deal with the knowledge that we have. Now, I may not know it all, but I have the basics for sure, who understand who my divine Savior is. And that's the main thing that I am putting on the front line. My Savior, my Lord, Haile Selassie I. And also, that is one of the reasons why we actually step back from the debating aspect of it, because of the sacredness of Haile Selassie. At that time, we were saying to ourselves, we don't want to be back and forth with anyone, although we were not argumentative at all. But at the same time, we wanted to take Haile Selassie out of that sort of environment as it relates to, doctrine proving, and we would just teach it. We would just give lessons on it, just like you see us do today. But I think this time is a bit different. And there are those that, yes, we need to put them in the right perspective. And I know there's some of you who are listening and saying, oh, priest, you don't have to go and do this. Don't worry with them. Let's just keep on track. We are keeping on track. Don't worry. This is a slight, simple thing. We are keeping on track. As I said, I'm not going too deep into the waters neither. I'm not taking this overboard. We're just keeping this in a specific lane. Even if a person feel they're Rastafari to it, and Bobo as well, because I know there are many within this fraternity that have the issues too. Let us hear what your poem is. Put it in writing properly, professionally. And again, many will not step up, if any step up at all. And if anyone does, it will be a teaching moment, that's all. It will be fun. And I also extend the challenge to those who may not be disrespectful, but You may just want a friendly encounter, a friendly debate as such. No problem. We can do it as well since we are already in the mood. But again, we're not taking on anything. You have to come properly, you have to come professionally, and you have to bring a sensible topic for the time. No biscuit topic, no cookie topic. This is not the debate league. So, family, give thanks. And again, to those who are so disrespectful, if you can't step up, you should shut up. Yeah, the Tigers Temple, eh? Thanks. Bata Janai, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
Blessed love, Honourable Priest Isaac. It's Sister Beulah here. Just come to share a few words regarding my natal chart, which was recently done. Thank you. But firstly, I have to make mention of the rudiments of ancient astronomy course that I completed, which ultimately woke my heavens to astronomy as a subject as a whole, and the ancient fundamentals of the universe, planets, stars, and all the other beautiful things I'm learning about, the spring equinox, real like that, and just the effect that they have on us daily. Why I think it's really important you have some basic knowledge of astronomy before you get your natal chart reading done is so you will understand the straightforward mathematics that goes into the reading that Priest Isaac does for you. The natal chart reading is nothing to be viewed with any taboo or spookism. It just offers an in-depth astrological reading of the heavens at your time of birth, and the way the Honourable Priest Isaac is able to break down the planetary alignments and interpret how they should be showing up through you as an individual is just mind-blowing and accurate to your character. Trust me, it just adds deeper meaning to self. For me personally, getting my natal chart reading done and embarking on the principles of ancient astronomy as an ongoing study daily has been the best thing I could have ever done for me and my children. Rastafari. For these few words, I'm very thankful, and for crossing paths with the Priest Isaac Institute, I will forever be grateful for. Rastafari, Empress Menin Seal, blessed love. Thank you.
For all those who are planning to be with us in July for the Lion of Judah tour from the 20th to the 29th, we have created a booklet answering all the questions that you would have as it relates to this upcoming tour. The itinerary is also included in the booklet. You can get the booklet in PDF form by emailing us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. But in the description below the video, you have the link to the digital flipbook version of this booklet, The Lion of Judah Tour. You get all the information on where we will be going on our events. You have all the information as it relates to the special discounts, the 50%, the 40%, the 30%, and of course the full price, which is still very economical for the grand tour that you will be getting, the marvelous package that we would have put together for this upcoming Lion of Judah tour. So again, press the link in the description below for the online flipbook, or email us if you prefer the PDF, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com.
To everyone who has been asking, Priest Isaac, how can I make a contribution to the Institute? Press the link in the description and you'll get all the information that you need to do such. We truly appreciate your inquiry. For more information, email priestisaacinstitute at gmail.com.
Everyone is speaking about the rudiments of ancient astronomy. Those who would have taken the course, they are extremely delighted and totally satisfied. 100% guarantee. Everyone is speaking about the graphics. Most ones were captivated with the animation, but royal family, the information, the knowledge. As one student says, this information is high grade. I am just giving you the report. Remember that the rudiments of ancient astronomy course is still at 50% off, and that will be, yes, for a limited time. You definitely would not regret enrolling yourself or your young one into the rudiments of ancient astronomy. Remember, it is designed for preteens to adults. And for those of you who need more information, just contact us and we will give you a free sample of the rudiments of ancient astronomy. Email me, priestisaacinstitute at gmail.com, and take advantage of the 50% off of the rudiments of ancient astronomy course. Blessed love. Introducing Ethiopia's Freedom Tours. What is an Ethiopian Freedom Tour? We are giving you the opportunity to visit us in Ethiopia on your terms. You pick the date, summer, spring, October, or December. It's your choice. 3 days, 5 days, 7 or 9 days. It's your choice. Several options to choose from. Tour Addis Ababa. Tour Shashamane, Hawassa and Wando Genet, Lalibela and Aksum, or a combination of them all. It's all up to you. Need more information? Check our Freedom Tour booklet. Press the link in the description or email us at priestisaacinstitute at gmail.com. Ethiopia Freedom Tours. When will you be coming? The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge presents an international homeschool program that offers African heritage, biology, astronomy, language arts, yoga, and much more. Our classes are created with the young ones in mind, and we cater to youths from kindergarten to high school. Children love our colorful and very animated lessons, while parents recommend it to friends and family. Contact us for a free preview and see for yourself why investing in the international homeschool program will be of great benefit to you and your young ones. Blessings. From the makers of the Master of Ceremonies, Seven, and the Night of the Black Tiger. From the heart of the Kingdom of Kush, the lion-headed god, a Pedimere. The conquering lion hath prevailed. Video documentary. The divinity of Emperor Haile Selassie I was presented with clear, prophetic utterances aligned with accepted historical events. the legendary and esoteric Kemetic Neter deity, Asa, also called Osiris, was shown to have strong similarities in his mythological story with the actual lifetime in our presence of Emperor Haile Selassie I. Asa, the man and the concept, was born in ancient Kush, Ethiopia. Haile Selassie I, the man, was born 16 Hamle, Ethiopian calendar, 23rd of July 1892, Western calendar, Hara, Ethiopia, ancient Kush. Like many mythological Messiah-type figures, for example, the Christ of the Scriptures, Asa became a man at the age of 13. Historically, the same can be said of Emperor Haile Selassie I, who was made Didejemak, the keeper of the gate, and governor at the age of 13 when he was fully 12. At the coronation of Asa, Osiris, 72 individuals came to crown him King of the world. On the 2nd of November 1930, Emperor Haile Selassie I was coronated King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of Judah. 72 nations were represented at this event. At Osiris's coronation, he was attacked, placed in a coffin, and eventually cut into 16 pieces. It took him exactly 5 years before he was resurrected and became the constellation of Sahu, the Orion constellation. It was exactly 5 years, the 5th of May, 1936, to the 5th of May, 1941, that Haile Selassie I was absent from the throne of Ethiopia, officially. This was during the Italian-Ethiopian War, when Ethiopia was unjustly attacked by Benito Mussolini. Article 16 of Collective Security of the League of Nations of that time was abandoned. Article 16. Osiris was cut into 16 pieces by the 72 that came to his coronation, like the 72 that came to the coronation of the emperor. 5 years exactly for Osiris to resurrect, from the 5th of May 1936 to the 5th of May 1941. Exactly 5 years for the emperor, 5th day and the 5th month. The accurate observation is that the esoteric character of the mythos Osiris, Asa, has manifested in the historical Emperor Haile Selassie I. As was said, this has been made clear with detail in our full-length documentary, The Master of Ceremonies. In this documentary, we will reveal that the Emperor Haile Selassie I has a specific alignment with a little spoken of Kushite deity, Neter, known as a pediment. The conquering line hath prevailed.
gentlemen, I know I speak in behalf of all of my fellow Americans in welcoming His Imperial Majesty back to the United States. Since His Majesty visited the United States nearly a decade ago, we have seen one of the most extraordinary revolutions in history, and that has been the appearance on the world scene of 29 independent countries in the short space of less than 10 years, including over 150 million people. The conference recently held in His Majesty's capital served, I think, to bring together in a great cooperative movement the people of most of these countries. And the success of that conference was due in no small part to the leadership of our distinguished guest. His efforts to move his country forward and provide a better life for its people, and his efforts throughout the world, which stretch back over 30 or 40 years. For all of this, Your Majesty, we take the greatest pride in welcoming you here. You do us honor, and I can assure you that there is no guest that we will receive in this country that will give a greater sense of livelier pride and satisfaction to the American people than your presence here today. Your Majesty, you're most welcome.
In the case of the Treaty of Ujali, here is a power, a foreign power, at the time a modern foreign power, which had been on extremely friendly terms with Menelik. Menelik throughout thought of himself as a friend of Italy and Italy as an ally of Ethiopia. So he had every reason to enter an agreement with these people in good faith. And of course, the treaty was not undertaken in good faith, and the person who was singularly suspicious of the good faith of the Italians was Empress Taitu from the start. And the disputed article, very roughly, said in Amharic that the Italians would, upon request of the Ethiopian side, represent Ethiopian interests in Europe. On the Italian version, the article roughly had the provision that Italy had exclusive rights to represent Ethiopia in any foreign relations. This was, of course, a major limitation on Ethiopian sovereignty. Taitu saw it immediately. Menelik saw it thereafter. Both were utterly determined that whatever it took, they would not accept this version of the treaty. He prepared the diplomatic ground in a very painstaking way. And in the course of carrying out the diplomatic struggle, Menelik also made careful preparations for the war.
The emancipation of slavery came to the British West Indies in 1834, the 1st of August. While in the United States of America, this process took place in the year 1863. Yet still, in 1884, 1885, the Congo Conference, also known as the Berlin Conference, took place in Germany. This was a gathering of the European colonialists of the day, and it is at this conference that they decided to carve up and divide Africa amongst themselves. This became what is known as the scramble for Africa. in Abyssinia, the 17th of August, 1844. Born of the kingdom of Shor, was Haile Mariam, aka Abba Dagnew, who became the world-renowned Menelik II, Emperor of Abyssinia, Ethiopia, Lion of Judah. In 1866, he became the king of the province of Shor, after he escaped from Magdala at the fortress of Emperor Tewodros II. He proclaimed himself Emperor of Abyssinia on the 25th day of March, 1889, after the death of his predecessor, Emperor Johannes IV, who was killed on the battlefield. On the 3rd of November 1889, Emperor Menelik II was crowned Negusa Nagas, King of Kings, at the Church of St. Mary on Mount Entoto. Rasmokenen, father of the young Haile Selassie, was the chief representative of Emperor Menelik II and hero of Adowa. In 1896, the Italian army was utterly defeated at Adowa. All of Africa was colonialized at such time. Even Liberia was a creature of the United States of America. Ethiopia preserved its independence. Emperor Menelik gave the Italians Meneliks, Empress Taitu and Rasmokenen, plus the Ethiopian warriors, united to destroy Rome. According to the legend, Kedos Girugis, Saint George, joined the battle against the enemy. The Lion of Judah hath prevailed. The title, The Lion of Judah, like the title, The King of Kings, belongs to the Solomonic line of Ethiopian kings. After 1870, the imperial flag with the Lion of Judah was established. After the defeat of the Italians at Adwa, Menelik II hoisted the red, gold, and green red upstand on the 6th of October, 1897. After he passed in 1913, the imperial flag returned with the Lion of Judah. The lion has always been a symbol of strength and power in the ancient African system of monarchy. Haremaket, also referred to as the Sphinx, is seen with the body of a lion and the head of a human monarch. Some say that it is that of an empress. Empress Hatshepsut is seen in the form of a lion, the lioness. King Akhenaten and many others throughout the ancient world portray themselves in the fashion of the King of Beasts. In culture and theology, some of the more earlier known deities are seen in the fashion of the lion. Tefnut, wife of Shu, in the ancient Kemetic mythos is seen as a lion. Sekhmet, the daughter of Ra and the eyes of the same, is the fierce lioness goddess Neter. Even kingdoms and nations that are not known for having lions have portrayed the beast in flags, coat of arms, etc. In the Bible, the messianic figure is seen as the Lion of Judah. The 23rd day of July, 1892, as Ra, the sun, begins its journey towards Leo, the constellation of the Lion. At this very moment, Liege Tafari was born the son of the great Ras Mokene and Waziri Yeshimagat, born in the city of Harar, considered one of the holiest cities in Islam. The wise mind of the young Tafari earned him the title of the Dejama at the age of 13, plus governance of several provinces at a very young age, to include Hara, Sidon, and Gol. On the 27th day of September, the feast of Maskal, the commemoration of the finding of the true cross of Christ, 1916, he took the title of Ras and became regent to the throne of Ethiopia, Abyssinia. At that time, Princess Zaditu, the daughter of Menelik II, became Empress Zaditu, Empress of Ethiopia. Rastafari, although regent, was the power behind the government. This was made plain by Empress Zaditu herself. As regent, he toured Europe on diplomatic missions, and because of his shrewd and wise outlook, he managed to place Ethiopia into the League of Nations. Remember that the League of Nations was made up of predominantly European countries. Ethiopia was an independent African country amongst the colonializers of the rest of Africa.
Yes. Could you talk a bit about the day of the coronation?
በጣም ደስ በሚያሰኝ ከውጭም ሀገር መንግስት my coronation day was very memorable to me. Not only we had Ethiopian participants in the event, but also a lot of foreign emissaries partook in the celebration of the coronation day.
The coronation itself was a Coptic service, Your Imperial Majesty.
They are the Coptic, but also the Ethiopian bishop. They are with the Coptic churchmen.
In 1930 was a memorable day in the history of Ethiopia. Since the early hours of that morning, all in Addis Ababa began to prepare for the impressive event of the morning. The Emperor and Empress Manen had already spent the hours since the night before in prayer and meditation with the priests at the most holy altar within St. George's Cathedral, the largest church in the capital. Through the early morning, the chanting of priests continued. Outside the church, and nearly all over Addis Ababa, devoted subjects were dancing and chanting praise songs for the new emperor in Amharic.
The son of Ras Makonnen, Haile Selassie, will feed us. His justice is like that of an angel. May God give long life to Haile Selassie, the child of our country.
The ritualistic ceremonies of the coronation were performed in a large auditorium adjacent to the west side of the cathedral, which had been especially constructed for the occasion.
Shortly after 7:30 a.m., His Imperial Majesty, attired in white silk communion robes, entered the ceremonial hall from the church with an escort of aides and the clergy, chanting in the old Coptic language a processional hymn. The spiritual vestment is worn by the Archangel Michael. The precious chasuble is worn by Michael.
Took his place on the throne. Thereupon the ceremony began. The Coptic Archbishop of Ethiopia, representing His Holiness the Pope of Alexandria, with his throaty voice, announced,
Ye princes and ministers, ye nobles and chiefs of the army, ye professors and priests, ye people of Ethiopia, look ye upon our Emperor Haile Selassie I, descended from the dynasty of Menelik I, who was born of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, a dynasty perpetuated without interruption from that time to King Haile Selassie and to our times.
The emperor was then vested with the 7 ornaments of the coronation, including his gold sword studded with precious stones, a diamond-encrusted ring, 2 traditional lances, the imperial scepter, and a golden globe of the earth, the imperial vestments, and at last came the magnificent crown. 7 differently scented ointments of ancient prescription were received on the imperial head, brow, and shoulders, one with each of these ornaments. The final ceremony was a grand tour of the cathedral by the emperor and empress, who was also crowned, but with less elaborate rites. They were escorted by the priests and bishops, princes and high dignitaries, Ethiopian bishops and priests from all over Ethiopia, and a large number of Coptic deacons, carrying palm branches and chanting in mighty volume.
Hosanna, blessed be the King of Israel. Blessed is he who cometh in the name of the Lord.
On the 1st of November 1930, Emperor Haile Selassie I unveiled the statue of Menelik II, riding triumphant, Battle of Adwa hero. This was the 25th anniversary of himself, Emperor Haile Selassie I, being given the title the Deshamash when he was 13 years of age in 1905. This unveiling of the statue of his great predecessor, Menelik II, on the 1st of November 1930 was done the day before the coronation of himself, Emperor Haile Selassie I, on the 2nd of November 1930, which is exactly 1 day shy of the 41st anniversary of the coronation of the very same Emperor Menelik II, which took place on the 3rd of November 1889 in the Entoto Mountains. The conquering line hath prevailed.
The Italian poor and the unemployed were promised a place in the sun, with free land and an easy fortune in the conquered empire. The mechanical power of Italy's armory was Mussolini's guarantee of a quick, clean war with few Italian casualties. As the Chemical Warfare Service shipped poison gas throughout the summer, troop ships left Naples and Genoa, bound for Suez, Massawa, and Mogadishu. The Italian soldiers sincerely believed they were sailing to liberate and civilize Ethiopia. The fascist propaganda machine had worked hard, pounding home a message of warlike, savage Ethiopians, of a society where millions of slaves longed for freedom, a country rich in resources and ripe for invasion. War materials flowed steadily from Italian industry to the ports of Massawa and Mogadishu. Boats queued at the docks, waiting to land supplies for the most powerful army Africa had ever seen. 6,000 machine guns, 150 tanks, 700 pieces of artillery, 150 aircraft, and huge supplies of ammunition passed through the docks before the invasion began. During the next 6 months, the shipments of men and armaments would increase 4 times.
At his coronation, Emperor Haile Selassie I was crowned with the titles of King of Kings, Lord of Lords, and the Lion of the tribe of Judah. A unique coronation, diverse even from the god Menelik. He is the king that wore the triple crown, plus coronated Lion of Judah.
Before they set out on the 6-week march into the northern mountains, the armies paraded before the emperor in the age-old ritual of Ethiopian war. Ras Mulugeta, hero of Adwa, approached Haile Selassie. Jan Hoy, I was killing Italians before you were born. Now I march into battle once again. I await you on the battlefield. He saluted the emperor and left with his 80,000 men on the long march north. All day the warriors paraded before the emperor, boasting of their bravery in past battles. But Haile Selassie knew that the invasion had brought a new kind of warfare to Ethiopia. These old battles had been fought in the old way, hand to hand, from dawn to dusk, won and lost in a single day.
The warriors gathered from all parts of Ethiopia, united with their emperor against the fascist aggressors. Mussolini shouted his orders from Italy. Emperor Haile Selassie I was on the front line of the battlefield.
Badoglio had turned to poison gas and the bombing of civilian targets to speed up his civilizing mission. He wanted no awkward European witnesses from the International Red Cross to see the victims of bombing raids and the flesh blistered by gas.
This was not the style of war like that of Adawa. This was a war of heavy artillery, illegal substances, example, mustard gas, which was banned by the Geneva Convention after World War I.
He drove north to the front to consult his commanders and rally the dejected troops.
I have a memory where the Italians are there in their tank with their military, with their then up-to-date military equipment. And the Ethiopians are there with their spears and their horses. And there was a sense that there is no way that they're going to be able to combat that mechanistic sort of force. And although as a child, I couldn't quite take this on board, I could imagine now as an adult how desperate the emperor must have felt. And so much courage, so much bravery, and so little ability, really, to defend yourself.
Ancient Kush, Herm, 2500 BCE, Napata, Ancient Maori, Ta-Seti. Ancient Kush and Ancient Kemet are one people, Smai Tawe. They share the same Netaru. They share the same gods. But there is one Netar, one God, that is unique to the south, that is unique to Kush, that is unique to Nubia. It is the lion-headed triple crown god, Haile. Although unique to Kush, a pediment is an ancient form of Asar, also known as Osiris. This is why at times Aset or Isis is seen as his wife. he is Osiris lionized. This has been made obvious as he wears the crown of Osiris, the triple crown of Osiris. A pediment is also seen with 3 lion heads on his human figure, 3 in 1 and 1 in 3. Although he is not referred to as the Lion of Judah, he is seen as the lion-headed snake in the very same way that the Lion of Judea is portrayed. It is also ancient. But the outstanding characteristic of a pediment is that he is the God that goes on the front line of the war. He is the God of war that leads his troops into battle. He is the conqueror, the conquering lion, the triple crown lion-headed God, a pediment.
Your Imperial Majesty, I'd like you to talk about your appearance before the League of Nations when you pleaded for your country in 1936.
የተቻለንን ለመዋጋት ቆርጠን ተነሳን። ለምንዋጋበት ብዙ እርዳታ አላገኘንም። ፋሺስት ላደረገው ነገር ለመመከት
Yes, the Ethiopian people, as well as myself, fought as much as we could on the ground, the fascist aggressors. But as it is well known, the fascists were well armed. They had the latest weapons. They had air power. Ethiopia had possessed none. After losing the battle in the front, we thought we should start another battle, a political battle at the League of Nations. You have heard of the speech I have made and of the appeal I have made to the League of Nations in 1936.
Emperor Haile Selassie I appeared before the General Assembly of the League of Nations on the 30th day of June, 1936. The book of Zephaniah, chapter 3, in the Bible, speaks of the Lord gathering all nations together to pour out on them his wrath and indignation. It also speaks of him speaking unto them in a pure language from beyond the river of Ethiopia, as Haile Selassie I is the only head of state to speak before the body at Geneva, to speak before the League of Nations, which is the gathering of the heads of the world. At this time in 1936, they violated Article 16. Article 16 represents the whole aspect of collective security. He spoke to them in Amharic, the language from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, to fulfill such scriptures. Article 16 represents the 16 pieces that Osiris was cut into. And this is why the Emperor of Ethiopia officially was away from the throne for exactly 5 years, the time frame given for the resurrection of Osiris, from the 5th of May 1936 to the 5th of May 1941, may be in the 5th month and the 5th day.
I am here to claim justice, he said. What reply shall I take back to my people? There was no answer, and there could be none. The League was dead. So, said the Emperor, it is us today, it will be you tomorrow.
The year that Haile Selassie went into Britain, 1936, is referred to as the year of the 3 kings. For that year, Britain had 3 kings, one after the other, the very same year that the King of Kings came into Britain. He made his residence at Bath, Fairfields, and on the 10th of June, 1940, he prepared himself to return to the battlefield, to return to Ethiopia, to rejoin the war on the front line. After shrewdly securing weaponry and soldiers, and a diplomatic agreement with the Allied forces, Emperor Haile Selassie re-entered Ethiopia to lead the troops into battle. A pediment. Let us keep in mind that after the emancipation of slavery in the West, the European powers still gathered themselves together to carve Africa up like a pie, like a cake. Remember that all the African countries went under the colonial grip. New countries were even created as empires and states and tribes were divided and separated into different groups. Abyssinia, Ethiopia, withstood the test of the onslaught of the European enslavers. We give thanks for Emperor Johannes on the battlefield. We give thanks for Emperor Theodorus on the battlefield. The Lions of Judah, Menelik II, Ras Mokene, Empress Taitu, lions and lionesses, conquering and to conquer. We give thanks on the battlefield to resist the Italian, to hold back and ward off the British, to keep Ethiopia free. Emperor Haile Selassie I, as was said, unique as he was coronated with the Triple Crown and coronated the Lion of the tribe of Judah. He is the fulfillment of the prophecy of the book of Revelation chapter 5, verse 5. No one found worthy but the Lion of the tribe of Judah. He represents a pediment who wears the triple crown. He represents a pediment who is seen with 3 heads, as he is Haile Selassie, which means the power and the might of the Holy Trinity, the Holy Tree, the 3 in 1 and the 1 in 3. He represents a pediment, as a pediment is the lionhead god that goes to the front line of the battle, that leads his troop into war, just like Kedos Girogis, St. George, as he also is represented in the energy and the presence of Emperor Haile Selassie I, conquering and to conquer. A pediment is a sign to the same Osiris, and Haile Selassie is the same, the master of ceremonies. His humility and supreme wisdom was on display for the international community to witness during the invasion of the Italian government. Their weaponry and machinery totally outranked that of the Ethiopians. It was a total mismatch. But the courage and the bravery of the Ethiopians was proven to the world. Hundreds and thousands of planes and tanks could not crush and dominate the barefoot warriors with swords and spears and sticks.
And now to present our eminent guest, the Honorary Chairman of our Congress, Dr. Billy Graham.
Your Imperial Majesty, Bishop Debelius, delegates, observers, friends, ladies and gentlemen, when we were deciding about the program of this conference, there was one item that I was asked a little bit about, and that was what chief of state we might invite to come and greet us in the name of Christ. And we thought of several, but the one that kept coming back to our thoughts and our minds was that great country of Ethiopia, the land of the Queen of Sheba, referred to in the Old Testament as Punt. And we remembered the story in the book of Acts about the Ethiopian nobleman that was converted to Christ, baptized, and went back to Ethiopia with the gospel. And since that day, Christian kings and emperors have ruled in that enchanting and beautiful country. 35 years ago, there came to the throne Emperor Haile Selassie I. He established a written constitution. He established a parliament, a modern system of communication, built roads, hospitals, schools, and universities. And then the whole world became aware of him when, during the heroic days of the war, His Majesty is the protector of the state's Ethiopian Orthodox Church and is head of the church. And when he returned to his country on May the 5th, 1941, on that historic day, he announced to the world that in Ethiopia, Christian ethics in government, liberty of conscience, and democratic institutions would prevail in his country. And so we give a warm and hearty welcome to our distinguished guest this morning, His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I of Ethiopia.
In 1963, the Organization of African Unity was formed. The Great Africa Hall, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, the 25th day of May, African Liberation Day. 32 free independent African states, including the ancient Ethiopia, gathered together for the first time in thousands of years. Under one roof, to speak of a United States of Africa going forward. Emperor Haile Selassie I was key and very integral in the independence liberation struggle for the rest of Africa. It is because of Ethiopia's stance in the 1930s why the other African countries could have gained their independence. Ghana, Togo, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania. His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I is the world's greatest statesman. He's the only head of state to speak to both the League of Nations and the United Nations, Earth's rightful ruler. The Guinness Book of World Records declare that Haile Selassie I is the most decorated personality in the world. Thousands of titles and orders that has been given unto the king, nationally and internationally. In 1966, the Honorable Emperor gave 31 gold medals to the heads of those who caught the vision, Ras Tafari, in Kingston, Jamaica, in King's House. As an international statesman, Haile Selassie I was given the highest seat in any audience that he was present, even when he gathered with other heads of state. His seat was the highest in the room. As one BBC commentator said, the Lion of Judah has rooted out all of his enemies, conquering and to conquer. Petty man.
It is good that you are here to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath.
ባከናወነውም ሲመዘን አሁን በምንገኝበት ዓለም ያሉትን ብዙ ችግሮች ለማስወገድ ያለው ችሎታ ተስፋ የተደረገበትን ያህል እየተዳከመ የሄደ ነው።
On the 27th day of August 1975, the very first official news report was that Haile Selassie I has gone missing. Since then, he has not officially been seen or heard from again. We give thanks for the Lion of the tribe of Judah. We give thanks for the conquering Lion, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, who defend Ethiopia from the invaders. Give thanks, petty man. This beautiful model of the solar system was created by one of the students in our international homeschool program. This is young Prince Kebra Selassie, 7 years old, What a wonderful project. What a wonderful model of the solar system. And the royal family, he has been paying keen attention to the lessons that we would be giving him each and every day. Kebra Selassie, congratulations. Wonderful work. Keep it up. Give thanks for you and your royal family. And those of you who want to be a part of the International Homeschool Program, or just to get more information on how you can enroll your young ones, email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com.
Introducing Ethiopia's Freedom Tours. What is an Ethiopian Freedom Tour? We are giving you the opportunity to visit us in Ethiopia on your terms. You pick the date, summer, spring, October, or December. It's your choice. 3 days, 5 days, 7 or 9 days. It's your choice. Several options to choose from. Tour Addis Ababa. Tour Shashamane, Hawassa and Wando Genet, Lalibela and Aksum, or a combination of them all. It's all up to you. Need more information? Check our Freedom Tour booklet. Press the link in the description or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Ethiopia Freedom Tours. When will you be coming?
Now, let's just suppose that the planet Saturn was in the constellation of Aquarius the day that you were born. Was it? You're not too sure? Well, this is why you need your own personal natal chart reading. But this says Saturn in Aquarius. Another power combination is at hand. And a power combination is when a planet is in the constellation that it rules over. Saturn is one of the planets that rule over Aquarius. Aquarius is also unique as it is the throne of two planets. The other planet is Uranus. This means that Aquarius has the characteristics of both Saturn and Uranus. The properties of Saturn are law, foundation, discipline, structure, and responsibility. These qualities will enhance the characteristics of Aquarius. The additional characteristics of Aquarius are that of Uranus. These are reformation and rebirth. Royal family, remember we still have the 50% discount on your accurate natal chart reading. Email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Remember, this is not just a reading. You're going to get your booklet, PDF form, and also online flip book with your natal chart reading. Blessed love. And we say, Salam Tenestalin, give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Emperor Haile Selassie I is exalted in all doings and saying, glorify the Father and Mother of creation. We're thankful for the establishment of this, the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress Church of Salvation, as we're looking forward to the 1st of March, such anniversary from 1958. Established by the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, also referred to as Bongo Eddie. Give thanks for Melchizedek in flesh, and even the moment of fasting and praying that he has even established amongst us. Marcus Garvey is continually in our presence, as he said, look for me all around you. Look for me in the whirlwind. Look for me in the thunderstorm. So we give thanks for the revelation of the prophet, priest, and king. We give thanks for the revelation of the Mother Mary and the Father and Mother of creation at this hour. Nigasai, Selassie, Jah. Rastafari. Royal family, give thanks for your presence with us as we hail Idi Amin Dada. Of course, the Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. Wonderful, wonderful session that we will be going into this evening. This is a special presentation, a special edition of the Tiger's Nest program. This is the Tiger's Nest. This is not necessarily the lecture series. This is the Tiger's Nest, the program that comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. But this is one of those special editions where we bring you the Tiger's Nest visually and for very important reasons as we are going into a very important subject. We are speaking of the Amenta, Haile Selassie and the Amenta. And of course, every year at this time, we touch upon the subject or something similar. But as you know, the levels and the elevation is continually growing, and the intellect and the knowledge and the information. So there's always something new, always a different angle. And we definitely want to get straight to it this evening. And give thanks for all the special ones that are with us, those who would have requested the link for this presentation and are with us, the subscribers to the Tiger's Nest. And of course, we are encouraging those who are not subscribers to the Tiger's Nest. It's a very simple and easy thing to do. And of course, all you do is recontact us, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com, and let us know that, yes, I would like to be a part of the subscription team so that I get every episode of this program that comes out every evening, Monday to Thursday, and it comes to you in your inbox via your email. And it is only $20 per month, for the nightly program, and the information and the vibration and the inspiration. At least you know you got something to come home to that will nourish your mind. All right, for sure. And there's special offers. If you take a 6 months package, it's only $100. And if you take a yearly package, it's $150. So give thanks again. This is a special program. I honestly believe that I'm going to eventually share this program with the wider international community. But for now, give thanks for the Tiger's Nest subscribers and the Tiger's Nest crew. Now, before we go to the depths of that, as you can see, we are already highlighting, this is really the launch of the upcoming Lion of Judah tour to Ethiopia. Yes, of course, you know, in a month's time, we will be having the Resurrection Tour, and give thanks for those who are already a part of that. But we are already highlighting now, giving you enough time to get ready for this one. This is the Lion of Judah tour to Ethiopia, and this will be from the 20th of July. So this is still some time away. From the 20th of July to the 29th of July. And it is subtitled, What a Gathering. And I will tell you why in a few moments. And we are celebrating the 134th anniversary of the Earthstrong of Emperor Haile Selassie I. Now, the construct of this tour, it has a special theme, as you can see, what a gathering, because we will be gathering. Remember, this is the Earthstrong of Haile Selassie I. So, of course, many of the similar elements will be a part of this tour, especially as it relates to the key museums. Obviously, we must be visiting the Grand Palace and these different places that we usually visit, and Shashamani will be on the list for this one. This one will not include Aksum and Lalibela like the upcoming tour, But you see, the Nyabingi component, I want you to listen to me good. The Nyabingi component will be a key part of this tour. We intend this tour to be a gathering Rastafari from individuals all over. It's going to span beyond the tour. This is the tour aspect. This is already sealed. Officially as well. This is already sealed. But surrounding this will be a hive of activities as it relates to uniting and bringing the Rastafari community. I'm not talking about just in Ethiopia, in the world, together. We have many dignitaries here in Ethiopia. I'm talking Rastafari. From our ambassador of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, diplomats of the EWF, Ethiopian World Federation, counselors and ambassadors of the 12 Tribes Organization and the Nyabingi Order and so forth and so fifth and maybe some other dignitaries that may not align with what are within the realms of Rastafari. We have a great work to do here. And great works are being done, but we got greater works to do. So in the future, the very near future, obviously, I'll be giving you much more information as there's a lot of works that must be done in preparation for that. But as it relates to the tour itself, I will be giving you more information as it relates to that too. But as it relates to the tour itself, that is already secured. Of course, you know, we definitely have that. And let me tell you this now, there is a 50% discount. This is important. There is a 50% discount on that tour. I'm talking about the tour in July. The Lion of Judah tour to Ethiopia, what you're seeing on the screen, a 50% discount, and that will take you until the 15th of March. Now, that's a long time away from July, but keep in mind that if you can secure your spot now, remember, although the 50% is only $17.25. You don't pay $17.25, you know. You only pay 50% of that when you down pay. So you make a down payment when you register to be a part of the tour, and the down payment is half of the price of the tour. So if you get it when it's 30% off, well, you pay half of the price. If you get it when it's 15% off, well, you pay half of the price. If you get it when it's the full price, you pay half of the price as the down payment. I hope you get that properly. So there's a 50% down payment. And if you do the maths, you will know exactly what you have to pay. But at this time, there's a 50% off of the full price of that tour. And that will be until the 15th. 15 of March, well, 15 obviously, and for sure this is going to be a mighty gathering, and the unity of Rastafari is like the underlying theme there. That's why it's what a gathering of the ransom in the summer land of love. So we are encouraging those even abroad to prepare themselves for this one, and again in the very near future you'll be getting more information on that. Very good. I'm very thankful for your patience with me giving that explanation. And I know, again, this is the family crowd here, for sure, the Tiger's Nest subscription team. And so I know you appreciate that information there. So contact us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com and secure your space early. And remember, of course, you still even have time to make the second half. But we have all the information for you once you contact us. And as I say, in the very near future, you'll be getting more information. So the Amenta. The Amenta is an African word that really means the underworld, the world of sufferation as such. You see, this is why even myself, you see, I make that strong connection with the Amenta and, of course, the Lenten period. As you know, that is the moment that we are going through at this time, the Lenten period. We did a wonderful program previous night as it relates to the origin of the Lent. I don't know how many of you would have taken in that one already, but that was very, very important. I won't go through the length and breadth of it now, but as this is really a program for the Tiger's Nest members, you would have had that program already in your arsenal. And we highlighted the speech, the festal speech. I don't know how many of the students already went and read the festal speech, but those who may not know, like some of the special guests tonight, the festal speech, letters, it became a speech though, but the festal letters is a presentation made by Saint Athanasius, who is one of the great founding fathers as such of this great religion known as Christendom or Christianity. So in his letter to the church in Egypt, he was highlighting to them that it is very important for us to adapt the 40 days fasting and praying period like the rest of the world. It is not right for us to be eating and drinking and merrymaking while the rest of the world is humbling themselves for the 40 days and 40 nights. This is very important, you know. The festal letters, you can look it up for yourselves. We took time to go into that previous evening, but the point really here is that this is supposedly the founding fathers. This is like 300 and something BC, AD, pardon me, the 4th century. The 4th century. So this is really around the time everything began. According to the history, it's in this same time, 325, I think it is, somewhere around there, where you had the council of Constantine council there, the Nicene Council of Bishops, where Constantine would have established the Christianity that is known today. It's around somewhere around that same time where the Ethiopian King Izana would have established the Christian kingdom of Ethiopia and the level of Christianity that we observe today. So my point is that this is very early time. This is the first stages of organized Christendom, if my history is correct. So when Saint Athanasius is saying that we need, this is what he's telling the Egyptian church, that we need to take up the 40-day fasting Lent period like the rest of the world. Now, which rest of the world? Which rest of the world? Because this is something that the Christian world interprets as him speaking to the Christian world. No, what I'm talking about is not something in the dark, you know. This is something that many theologians and clergy people and ones highlight, what Athanasius said to the Egyptian church, that we need to take up the 40-day fasting like the rest of the world. He didn't say Christian world, he said the rest of the world. But the Christian world interprets it that he's speaking to the Christian world. But at that time, the Christian world wasn't that big, really, like today, you know. But then if we are to look at who was the Christian world, again, we gone back to Ethiopia. But the point is, somebody was fasting. And yes, it was all over the world, because the concept of the 40 days and 40 nights fasting did not begin with the Christian world. That's the point, really. Christ himself fasted for the 40 days and 40 nights. And according to what we know, he wasn't necessarily a Christian. That began after him. And then prior to him, Elijah fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. And, you know, at the same time, he's a couple hundred years. And prior to Elijah, Moses fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. So fasting for 40 days and 40 nights is something that was taking place for a while. Moses went down the hill and went back up and fasted for 40 days and 40 nights again. He did about 80 in a very short time. So what we highlighted previous evening was that the fasting science and fasting for a specific period at a specific time for a specific reason is nothing new. And this is why we highlighted what is known as the festival of the Opel Festival. This is in ancient Kemet. And then you have the feast and the fast of Osiris, where they fast in remembrance of the sufferation, the death, and the resurrection of Osiris, that is Asar. This is in ancient Kemet. This is a long time ago. They've been doing this. And why do they fast again and feast after? In remembrance of the death and the resurrection of Osiris. Asar, one of the first God figures ever. Long time ago business we're talking about. So this is why, again, you could see even down to Moses. Prior to Moses, Noah was in the ark for 40 days and 40 nights. Well, he was in there for longer than that time, but it was raining 40 days and 40 nights, and you understand. I'm sure he would have been holding that sacred fast as well. So this is nothing new. So when Athanasius told the bishops, hey, I think we need to try this, you know, because the whole world is doing it. The whole Christian world. No. The whole world is doing this. Festa letters, family. Check it for yourself. So the understanding of even the crucifixion of Christ. Now, the Christian world. Follow where we're going, family. Haile, Selassie, and their mentor. So the Christian world, as we observe today, that holds at least the Lenten period, they do it in remembrance of what? The death and the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus Christ. That's the character and individual that they adhere to. That's what they refer to him as. I'm just telling you what they say. Now, the whole concept is very important. Remember in the Last Supper, when the Christ was passing around the chalice, he said to his disciples, as often as you eat and drink, do this, the eating and the drinking, in remembrance of me. Now I heard an elder that, I beloved elder so much. And he was saying, not with no anger, but he's saying, ganja is no sacrament. Ganja is no communion, and chalice is no communion. We have to follow the Orthodox churches, the wine and the bread. Yeah, maybe another lecture, another time. The Holy Grail. Yeah, the Holy Grail. So he was passing around the chalice, though. And he said, as often as you partake of the chalice, do it in remembrance of me. That's very interesting. So anytime you partake of the chalice, anytime you commune with the Most High, anytime you use these elements, the wine and the bread, which represents the body and the blood, when you utilize them, you're supposed to do it in remembrance of him. So you see, that's a very important aspect to these moments of reverence, moments of reverence, like the Lent then, the fasting, this period of praying. That's why it's fasting and praying, so that there is this literal, connection, oneness. So the Lenten energy, the period of the 40 days, is really something like taking up your cross and following the Christ. That is why at the Last Supper, remember the Last Supper is the Last Supper, That is the day, the night before they came, or the night they came for him and then crucified him like the next day. In the scripture, all of this is seen. So during this time, again, you are remembering the sufferation of the Messiah and the resurrection of the Messiah. Now, I'm not preaching to you. This is not church here. I'm showing you theology, not necessarily Christianity. We didn't begin with this, We began with an ancient science and an ancient order. That's why I showed you that the founding father and fathers of this stuff had to be debating about taking up this principle because it was there before them. This is nature fasting. Nature is just happy for those of us who are fasting with her. Interestingly, the Christian fast and the Islamic fast began at the same time this year. I tell you about the eclipse and the fire ring and the Chinese New Year. Everything the same time, the fire horse, everything the same moment. Something else happened. I can't remember. But anyway, let's continue here. So just keep all of that in mind. And this many of you know. And this is why even there is a period of fasting and praying. It's not just fasting, It's fasting and praying. You see, you abstain from different things. You have all sorts of level of fasting. You have people that are staying away from meat. They eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but they're staying away from meat and eat the fish maybe on Friday, all of that stuff. That's why you see so many of the fast food, not fasting food now, but the fast food joints, the slow food. You see them advertising a lot of fish fillet and fish sandwiches and so forth, because they know they're capitalizing on the fish time. It's the fish time, the Pisces moment. That's where the sun is going into the Pisces. Yeah, ancient astronomy. They're hip to it. They know what they're dealing with. That's why the fish is a key thing during the time of Lent, because it's related to the sun, and the sun is fertility. And fertility, the fish, of course, you open a fish, you find so many eggs. That's why you have the bunny rabbit and the egg. It causes fertility. The bunny rabbit multiplies, and the egg is the egg. It's life. It's the womb of the chicken as such, the egg. Come on, man. The East Star, the Eastern Star, the star in the East, the Son of God. Yeah, the whole thing. So it's a lot of, many would say paganism. But remember, to be a pagan means you're not a Roman Catholic. And that's how these, and a heathen and these different things. Let's stay focused here. So during the time of fasting, your mind would be, first of all, in the right order. You're in the tabernacle. This is why, again, the Melchizedek character amongst us, who came and sat with us, brought in such commandments as such. I'm talking about the Lenten period. And even at that time, again, you would sit in and hold such a great strength within the fasting, but you are in service and hymns and clapping and singing and Nyabingi daily, 40 days, 40 nights. That's the vibes. That's why I said in one program, if you can't do that, well, at least you got to occupy your mind with something upful, pray, reading good words, watching good things. That's why during the time of fasting, you are encouraged to do good deeds and visit the sick and check for the elderly and the whole works. It's a spiritual balance that will definitely benefit yourself. Very good. So all of that is with good understanding. Do this in remembrance of me. And remember, this is before he went and bore the sins of the world. And I'm talking about the theology now. This is before he bore the cross. So that means while you are going through this period here, you are supposed to meditate on him and his life and his trials and his tribulations for a very important reason. Because you're doing this in remembrance of him and what he went through, just like when you partake of the chalice. Do this in remembrance of me, because even the chalice itself is a sacrifice. You're sacrificing the lamb bread, the lamb's bread, because the lamb is the bread. The bread replaced the lamb from the Old Testament. So Christ wasn't killing no lamb in the Last Supper. No, but he was breaking bread. The broken bread is like the broken commandments that had to be replaced. There's some deep science here. Yeah. So do this, man, in remembrance of me. And that is what we are getting into this evening. So the Amenta, I hope you're following, family. Give thanks for your presence with us. Give thanks. This is the special edition of the Tiger's Nest that we've been speaking about. Haile Selassie and the Amenta, and even what has been said thus far. Please just make sure you secure it, because everything will, stand into place for you. All right, let us continue. The Amenta, the underworld. That's what it means. The place of darkness, the dark domain, the shadow of death, something like what you would consider hell. Now, this is an ancient African science, the Amenta, and it is because the ancients knew that the time will come that we would have faced such an Amenta, such an underworld, such a passage of destruction. Now, what is interesting about this Amenta period is that the Amenta is usually seen during the whole aspects of the movement of ships. So in other words, you go into the Amenta via ships. That is really how it's portrayed. So you have the ancient ones that went into the underworld. They went into the underworld via ships. The Book of Gates, it makes a good highlight of this. While you see the royal king on the bark sitting down, and then you have all the serpents like the Apep trying to come and destroy the king, but the king has in front of him Set with his spear destroying the serpent, the same Set that fought against Horus, destroying the serpent. That's in the underworld. That's in the Amenta. That's in the darkness of the night. All highly symbolic. So the underworld now, even within the scripture, it speaks about this science of the ships, because it is slavery that is the Amenta of the African people. That's the main Amenta. Slavery, the underworld. Really the underworld too. On the other side of the real world. That's how it is. Because the underworld or the Amenta is also symbolized by the sun setting. So the sun is always setting and the sun is always rising somewhere. That's reality. But if we were to set a border to say, well, where is really the rising sun? Because Japan says it's the land of the rising sun. So Ethiopia is the land of the rising sun. When the sun rises in Ethiopia, the sun really rises. When it rises in Africa, it really rises. So when it sets in Africa, the sun is setting. In reality, although it's rising somewhere else, but because we know where the center of the earth is, it's setting. So the place where the sun is rising, when it's setting in Africa, you're looking at the underworld there. In a symbolic self. Don't get caught up now. Don't get carried away. The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. But I'm just showing you that place where the captives were taken. The scripture says that he shall send them back into captivity, into Egypt, in ships for 400 years. And this is how we know we're not talking about Kemet in Africa, because the history already showed us the people that went into captivity for 400 years via ships. This is one of them prophecies that you can't run around at all. The book of Genesis, the book of Deuteronomy, you're going back into captivity via ships. Now tell me, where in history you know any mass of people going into captivity and it's via ships? That's all you need to do. Just find the history and see how it aligns with the prophecy. And I can only think of one event. Plus the 400 years is well aligned. Because to me, from the coming of Christopher Columbus in 1492, when he sailed the ocean blue, and from the coming of Haile Selassie in 1892, that's 400 years. Now you see, the scripture says after 400 years, I shall send them a great one, a mighty one. So Combustus didn't really begin as such the slavery period, but very symbolic, supposedly discovering the new world, our his story. But at the same time, very symbolic, coming with his ships. Very symbolic of the beginning of the terror, the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade. He was like their scout, if you want to call it that. But then now, 400 years after him, in came the birth of the Lion of Judah. And remember, specific trades and people kidnapped from Africa and taken to Europe began even prior to Columbus. I'm not talking about the Arab slave trade now. I'm talking about even the European slave trade. So the point is here, the Amenta, the underworld. So when Christ himself went into the tomb, that represents also the Amenta. He went into the underworld. And this is why, again, you do this in remembrance of me. So, as we are focusing on the Lenten moment, what is the Amenta that we are talking about now? Because we're supposed to do this in remembrance of him. Now, at the same time, to be honest, everything that we're discussing is things to meditate on. That is why we are reasoning about them. We're talking about the transatlantic slave trade. Yeah, man. that is an amenta, that is a crucifixion within itself. Because remember, the scriptures even highlight that, if you understand the scriptures, I should say, you would know that Christ represents all of us as his people. That's why the people came unto Ezra as one man. So even the scriptures that speak of the sufferation of Christ and him going into the underworld, it represents us too. Osiris, there is a glyph highlighting Osiris going into the underworld in a ship as well for 400 years. Just meditate that. That's the thing with these ancient glyphs and scrolls. You see different date lines. You see the 3 days and the 3 nights. You see the 5 years, which we will get to. And you also see the 400 years. So, as I said, Christians would be Lenten and they would be remembering the sufferation of the Christ figure that you read of in the Bible. You know, as Bobo Shanti, we have an interesting philosophy of Christ being crucified 2,000 years ago at Mother White Bridge. Some say it's not 2,000 years ago. Some say it's the 60s. I'm not going to really delve into that to the depths this program here. I will do another program on that. It's too many things. But I would like to return to what I said previous evening or the evening prior to that. In the Nation of Islam, there is this philosophy that the Christ that you read of in the Bible, 25% of what you read is of a figure, as they would say, of a Jesus 2,000 years ago. And 75% of the same Gospels of Christ is of a Jesus, as they would put it, in this time. Now, I can rock with that. Neck not on the block, you know, like exactly 25 and 75% and all of that. But just the idea of it makes sense to me for sure. Remember, even in the scripture, the Christ is telling people that this judgment that I'm telling you about will happen in your time. This generation will not pass away until you see the coming of the Son of Man. He even told his disciples, the scripture highlights that he was speaking to his disciples now, not no multitude. In this, what I'm going to say, the 12, he actually pulled them aside and says, some of you will not taste death before you see the Son of Man returning in his glory. That's some interesting stuff when all of those brothers have died. And not only died, but died some very violent death or deaths. So the reality is now that we're dealing with a serious understanding. Those of us that understand the divinity of Haile Selassie I, of which we're not here to try to prove this evening at all, but we comprehend his importance in the earth. We did a program about a strong now, where we were showing or highlighting that England needed Ethiopia for their very survival during World War II. How many of you would have seen that program, and what did you think of that? Don't be scared at all to even leave your comments as it relates to that one. You know exactly what your meditation would have been throughout that program. That was the program when we were speaking about the gold and the fact that Hitler was kicking down the doors of all of these European countries, from Austria and Poland and where else did he go there, and all of these countries, and Norway and even France and Czechoslovakia and he was just taking their gold. About 600 tons of gold Hitler had at the end of the day. And when Britain realized that Hitler was on its way to Britain, England started to ship out all of its gold, sending it to Canada. The same time that the gold was shipped out in June 1940 is the exact same time that Haile Selassie left England on his way back to Ethiopia, going to Sudan first and being there for a couple of months as everything was being organized for the re-entry to Ethiopia, all backed and assisted by the British. Remember, like 3-4 days before the 10th of June, they didn't have nothing to do with Haile Selassie the First. We can't help you. We have other things to take care of. But the moment we hit the 10th of June, 1940, and even Mussolini now declaring war on Britain and hostilities in the Mediterranean, and Hitler on their heels, it was considered priority, according to Haile Selassie in his autobiography, for him to return to Ethiopia. This is a program we did again about a strong ago. You should go and revisit it or visit it if you have not seen it, as we give clear understanding of exactly the importance of Haile Selassie, even as the field marshal on the battlefield, going back into Ethiopia to save the skin of the British. They're running for their lives, man. Shipping their gold, all of their gold, billions, $9.9 billion worth of gold, shipping it out. They don't have no time to be sending their might to Ethiopia to help Haile Selassie to get rid of Mussolini. No, man, they need that to defend themselves against Hitler. He's on his way to them. Nah, there's more than meets the eye, royal family. Much more than meets the eye. And again, I continually encourage everyone, especially those who are Rastafari, you need to get acquainted with Haile Selassie's autobiography, part 1 and part 2. I know the speeches of the selected speeches is quite nice. Not sure who selected them. Quite nice. Very, well, of course, that's the third book, but the autobiography of the King of Kings is important. That should be a must read, even in the schools of Ethiopia. I would encourage that anytime. Now, you see, the thing is, if Mr. Hitler and Mr. Mussolini, are the devils that the world portray them as, especially Mr. Hitler, and for specific reasons. He's like this, like Satan in flesh. You can't, this is it, So just imagine if these characters would have, reached to the goal and the destination that they had in mind. So, all right, many people deny when we bring to the forefront information as it relates to how Hitler dealt with black people. Mm-hmm. There are documentaries on this family, how he dealt with black people, skinning people and making boots. People deny that. Oh, that's impossible. Okay, fair enough. Let's deal with what you know about Hitler, as what they continually teach you about Hitler, that he burned 6 million Jews in the oven. All right, good. So if he would have done that, just imagine if these fellas would have had their way in controlling the planet with the sort of tyranny that they were coming down with. You see, you got to understand again, this is very important. When you check the time frame of the Mussolini and Hitler war, it's important to understand how Europe was thinking at the time. France and Britain, in the early times of this, when Mussolini just attacked, this is why nobody came to no aid of Haile Selassie. This is why the League of Nations was quiet, because France and Britain did not want to upset Mr. Mussolini, because Mr. Mussolini could have joined Hitler very easily. Hitler and Mussolini, at least Mussolini had a certain sort of tension against Hitler. But that didn't last too long. They started to work together. And Britain and France were afraid of that for obvious reasons. So they didn't have no problems with Mussolini invaded Ethiopia, and they had no intention, none whatsoever. It didn't even cross their minds to go and help him. Impossible. You crazy? What kind of fool are we? You expect us to do that? Mussolini is our brother. So, royal family, we have to meditate even from the time of Adwa. Very important. And of course, the Adwa moment is coming up now, the 1st of March, really the 2nd of March. In Ethiopia, it's really the 2nd of March where we really celebrate the Adwa period. The year the Adwa took place is a mystic science. I think the year was a leap year. And so it's not a matter of the 1st or 2nd of March. It's the Ethiopian calendar that is used to celebrate the Adwa. So you will find it mostly celebrated on the 2nd of March and maybe the 1st of March on a leap year. So I know in the West we more link on the 1st of March meditation, but that is the case. But we give thanks also for the 1st of March upcoming, which is the anniversary of our Congress. Yes, literally found on the 1st of March, 1958. So we're also thankful for that. So the Battle of Adwa. And since I mentioned the 1st of March, let me remind you, family, that our natal chart reading. How many of you have received your natal chart reading as yet? And those of you who would have received your natal chart reading, how was it? Well, I know because I think almost everyone that gets their natal chart responds to me, and everyone is very happy with the quality of information and vibes that they get from their natal chart. Remember, family, that we have been doing a 50% on the natal chart reading, and that comes to an end on the 1st of March for sure. And definitely you would be very delighted, to get your natal chart reading and really see not only the outside of the interpretation, just to know what was happening in the heavens when you were born. You don't have to believe in it and believe in astrology and all of that jazz, but just to know the accepted modern day scientific details of where the planets and so forth were. I mean, coordinates wise, at least for that, you should get your natal chart. But don't throw away the value. The interpretations are on point. So definitely you should take advantage before the 1st of March for the 50% off. Hey, I mean, you can come after March, and pay the full price. It's still worth it. It is still worth it. And also, speaking of the 1st of March, remember we have a 50% off on the International Homeschool Program. Pardon me. We have a 50% off on the ancient astronomy, the rudiments of ancient astronomy. Of course, definitely beautiful. Also, everyone who is partaking that and into that as we speak, very delighted with the quality of that. I'm encouraging you, royal family, invest in yourself. Invest in yourself. You see that Rudiments of Ancient Astronomy course? That's an investment in yourself. Take it from me. You don't have to have any ambition to be no astronaut or anything of the sort. But just to comprehend, have a better comprehension. And listen to me, a much better comprehension of the heavens. Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. So remember, from the time of the Battle of Adwa, even prior to the Battle of Adwa, this is why we were celebrating Rasaluha. We were celebrating the Battle of Dogali. We were celebrating conquering the Italians in 5 minutes in 1887. And then at the same time, they have other battles under the rulership of Johannes IV. And of course, you know, keeping Ethiopia as the Ethiopia that we even know today. Yes, there were some invasions by the Egyptians and the very same Italians ripping away Eritrea and so forth. But for the most part, these great kings would have secured the independence of the borders that we know today as Ethiopia. So when the great Menelik II came with the mighty Ras Mokenen and as I said, Ras Lula and these great ones and Mengesha Johannes, Ras Mengesha Johannes and these great mighty warriors, Ras Mulageta and these ones, we stood up firm against the Italians in the Battle of Adwa. And what this did now, this sent the ripples across the world, not just Europe, across the world. This is really where you have the foundation of what we call Pan-Africanism, you know. Because yes, Pan-Africanism as you know it really started with the energy that came off of the Battle of Adwa in 1896. So I think it's in 1900. The 1900 itself, you had the 1896 Battle of Adwa. 1900, you had the first Pan-African Conference, it is. But the thing is, the whole anti-colonial movement really began here. This is important, family. Haile Selassie and the Amenta. Because you must understand that Europe literally owned most of Africa. It is just that the Ethiopian empire was free. And it wasn't just no Ethiopian country, it was an empire. It was free. And you see, this is why even the Battle of Adwa is a key part of our African tour, our Ethiopian tour. Because in the Battle of Adwa Museum, you see all the aspects of the war, you know, all the different aspects of the history of the war, leading up to the war itself, and even the aftermath of the war. Now, you see, after that defeat, Italy would have been planning its attack. And 40 years after, as one writer says, it returned for its revenge. Now, in 1916, we have the emergence of Queen Zaditu, who became the Empress of Ethiopia. That's 1916. And at the same time, Ras Tafari, which is Tafari himself, became the regent. So he became Ras and became the regent to the throne of Ethiopia. He himself, according to history, was the ruler of Ethiopia from that time. Empress Zaditu clearly said that she handed over the governance of Ethiopia to Rastafari, and he had all command to do what he had to do, although he still had strong opposition. And Queen Zaditu obviously had those who influenced her, and she still would have had the last say if she wanted to take the seat. But for the most part, Haile Selassie was the move maker. That is why when he got the crown in 1930, you could see him just hit the ground running, because he was free to do everything now that he wanted to do. All his ideas would be implemented. That's why he brought to the forefront the Constitution right away. So in the early 1920s now, and before I go to that, 1916 again, he got that power. 1916, Revelation chapter 19, verse 16, speaks about, and on his vesture and on his thigh was written a title, King of Kings, Lord of Lords. Those who follow him were considered faithful and true. Who follow him that are faithful and true? Rastafari follow him, faithful and true. And that's the year he got the title, Rastafari. Yeah, 1916. That's the year, the 27th day of September, when Lijiatsu was deposed. Empress Aditu became the empress, and Tafari, the Deshmark Tafari, became Rastafari. Yeah, on his vesture and ties, King of Kings, Lord of Lords. Revelation 1916. The year was 1916. So in the early 1920s, in a very brilliant move, Haile Selassie put Ethiopia in the very important body at the time, known as the League of Nations. And it was a very strategic move. Yeah? Imagine, although the League of Nations really, dropped the ball and fumbled the ball and whatever the ball, but the thing is, without his presence in the League of Nations, without Ethiopia's presence in the League of Nations during that attack, even that whole event would have been different. You see, the king had that foundation to stand on as morality and international morality at that. So in 1929, Mussolini, with his shrewd and cunning self, had a special pact where they, according to those who love prophecy, said that it was revelation, and he healed the wound of the beast. And at that time, the Vatican became a city-state. This is 1929 now. And the Pope was made an uncrowned absolute monarch. Now, this is interesting, because 1929 is the year before Haile Selassie I was coronated as the Emperor of Ethiopia. And in Rome, you see them coming together, Pope Pius and Gaspar and Mussolini, and you have Emmanuel III, Vitro Emmanuel, or some say Victor Emmanuel, and here you have them ganging together, and the Vatican becomes a city-state, and the Pope, the Bishop of the Roman Church, becomes an absolute monarch. And then the year after, the absolute monarch is crowned. The King of Kings and the Lord of Lords is crowned. In Ethiopia, and the 72 nations come and bow before. You see, all of this stuff is important because the dragon stood before the woman. According to Revelation chapter 12, the dragon stood before the woman as she was ready to bring forth the man-child. It's not just a lady, in labor pains, It's symbolic of other things. The man-child was coming to rule the nations with a rod of iron, but the dragon was there. The dragon done there already. Before the man-child was born. Remember, the dragon can read the stars too, Some of us who don't want to read no stars, you can say what you want your enemy reading the stars and saying, yeah, he's going to be born next year. He's going to be born at this time. he's going to be born in this place. No, man, we got to do something about that. Call Emperor Emmanuel III or King Emmanuel III and call Gaspier and call Pope Pius and let's get this thing together quickly. We need to make the Vatican a city-state, and we need to make you an absolute monarch, because I'm going to attack these people and I need you to bless my bombs. The world will see it on the documentaries that have been produced by the European media houses of the Pope and the clergy blessing Mussolini's bombs, cursing his bombs, really. So all of this is the fulfillment of such prophecy. Then in 1934, there was an incident at a place called Walwal, which is a region that the Italians considered to be their region, as they had control of a vast region of Somalia. So because of that incident, eventually that stirred up a lot of tension. And even at that time, Haile Selassie was communicating with the League of Nations and informing them of the aggression that Italy was already putting on Ethiopia. And listen to me, this is why it is good to get the autobiography and read the autobiography of the King of Kings. You would understand that a lot went into preparation as it relates to the war. A lot went into training, not just because of the invasion, you know. These are the improvements and the advancements that Haile Selassie I was encouraging in Ethiopia, as far as the army, as far as the soldiers, as far as the military wing of the government. That was something that was key for the King of Kings. But again, there was some level of opposition. Some ones didn't want planes in the country. Some of the old chieftains were saying, we don't need no tanks. We have spears and we have the power of God with us and the whole works. And they would have whispered in the ear of Queen Zaditu. And although she depended strongly on Haile Selassie, it still would have held back progress somewhat. But the preparation was always something that the emperor had on the front burner of the stove. Again, even prior to the invasion. So when Mussolini invaded now, you got to keep in mind, Mussolini came in with tanks and planes in the thousands. In the thousands. I don't think Ethiopia had more than 5 tanks. And then can you compare our 5 tanks, our 5 tanks with his thousands of tanks and bombers? How many planes did Ethiopia have? I think it was somewhere between 8 and 12 or something like that. But these planes were not necessarily bomber planes. These planes were utilized to carry cargo from one district to the other and carry armament and machinery from one area to the other. So they weren't, no, there was nothing like that. Remember, Mussolini had what you would call carrier ships, aircraft carriers on the coast of Africa, Somalia and so forth. So he could easily, Eritrea, he could easily get in. In fact, he had about 1,500 vehicles. Listen to this. Approximately 1,500 vehicles were brought in by Italy. Just think about that. Remember, we did a short just the other day highlighting one of the first vehicles in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa, under the rule of Haile Selassie I. The point is, during that time in Ethiopia, vehicles wasn't really a big thing. Many people didn't have vehicles. I'm sure they were not more than 100 at that time, vehicles around the city. But here you have Mussolini bringing in, I'm just showing you, he's bringing in 100 and plus vehicles, 1,000, pardon me, plus almost 2,000 vehicles, just vehicles alone. You know, jeeps and trucks to get them around so that they can carry their provisions here, there, and their machinery, and they can move around so they don't have to walk everywhere. That's what those vehicles are for. Those are not the tanks. Those are not the planes. Those are not the bombers. Those are not the Gatling guns. Those are just vehicles. So I'm saying all of this to show to some of, maybe not you, the present audience, but some of many who would like to compare this war with the Battle of Adwa. This was a totally different thing, all by itself. You could obviously see that the Ethiopians were outmatched, outgunned, out everything. And yet still they stood up for those 5 years. Mussolini never really conquered Ethiopia. They weren't bringing in no immigrants in the hundreds even to come and set up your residence and we're going to build a supermarket. It was just fighting all the way through. And these killers still had to come with mustard gas. This was illegal. Keep this in mind. Eh? This was illegal when it comes to the whole aspect of warfare. So one of the things that is very important, and of course, we represent the Ministry of Education. And our Minister of Education himself, Haile Selassie I, is who, teaches us about the importance of education. And that is even key here in Ethiopia, and even us as Ras Tafari. This is something that we definitely need to spearhead. Let me encourage ones. You don't come to Ethiopia trying to change people's culture and think that, well, you're the most Rastafari, so you're going to come and show them your thing and they have to believe you're God or pagan. No, I would advise you to reverence yourself. Respect their culture, because it's not even a culture, it's cultures. But this ain't religion, and this is not even necessarily theology. This is history I'm talking about. This is Ethiopia. This is not Nigeria. This is not Kenya or Ghana. This is Ethiopia. The people that are the if you want to say the children of the soil, they have a right. They should. It is mandatory to me, compulsory. They should have a good understanding of their monarch. And that is lacking. And because of such, ones have different ideas that are contrary to the truth when it comes to Haile Selassie I. The only head of state that was on the battlefield during the time of World War II. So the great Adolf Hitler was not on the battlefield during World War II. Benito Mussolini, the guerrilla, was not on the battlefield. Not time. These fellas run from the battlefield. Where are the pictures? Yeah, they have on the military clothes. and they are inspecting the guard. And if they reach any theater of war, they're way in the back, far in the back, looking through the binoculars to see what's going on in the front line. Haile Selassie, the first on the front line. The Battle of Mechu, the Battle of Makale. I'm talking about international news and international headlines. If you listen to some of those old British news reels, especially the time frame when the emperor went into exile, one of the things they continually spoke of, oh, here comes the emperor, fresh off of the battlefield. You see what I'm talking about? Fresh off of the battlefield, King George VI. He was late to the battlefield. There's a whole thing done on him here. King George VI, a whole program of him visiting the battlefield in his uniform after the massacre took place. This ain't no after massacre. We licking planes out of the sky on the battlefield. Haile Selassie, the first I'm speaking of. And this is very important because the king bore the brunt of the onslaught. He was smothered in mustard gas, just like his soldiers and the civilians that unfortunately were in the way to get such devastating attack from the wicked. And that is why even when you observe the emperor, when he went into Britain, he was well wrapped up. He was wrapped up like a mummy. He was wrapped up like Sokar. He was wrapped up like Asar Osiris, because he was severely wounded. It's just reality on the battlefield. Look, the king with his foot on the bomb. Whatever your version of the story is, this wasn't just a photo op. This wasn't the king inside of his palace sipping tea and, Your Majesty, the photographer is here. Okay, tell him I'll be there in 5 minutes. No, this is in the midst of the battle, you know, man. This is impromptu, if you want to say. We don't have no time to play. The nation of Ethiopia need to know about their emperor. Take it from me, I'm on the ground, man. Something went wrong. Something went real wrong here. The admiration of the God. I give thanks. Because you see, as I was telling a brethren just yesterday, these people have the spirit. They have the spirit. They just need to know their king. Holy people, eh? As I said, even now is the time of fasting and, yeah, keeping the tradition. You got to respect them, the Ethiopians I'm talking about, of today. So the king, even now, remember that after these battles, and I want to highlight this, after the Battle of Mechu, after the Battle of Mekale, Tambien, you have Ras Imru and Ras Seyum and these ones. Ras Mulageta, he died in the battle as you would have known, I'm sure. And it was a horrible time. Hundreds of thousands died on the battlefield. And as I said, the emperor himself severely wounded. And the emperor went to Lalibela. And he fasted and prayed there for 3 days and 3 nights. And remember, on returning to Addis Ababa now, he went to Lalibela, then he went to Addis Ababa. The intention was to regroup the different armies that he has and form a solid group, and make the capital Gore, because the Italians were coming in fast into Addis Ababa. Remember, I tell you how much trucks and cars and planes and tanks the enemy have, and guns and the whole works the enemy have. So you must understand the situation. There was a council meeting. The 24 elders really sat and voted upon if the emperor himself should go to the League of Nations and address them because of the situation. This is important for us to keep in mind, family, that this wasn't the beginning of diplomacy. The emperor would have constantly written to the League of Nations during the war. When I say during the war, while he's on the front line too, in his cave, writing letters or ministering letters to be written and sending messages to his diplomats in Geneva, and even prior to the invasion. And you would see videos with him making radio broadcasts, letting the world know what is taking place. So this is no joke. So this was understood that there needed to be a stronger diplomatic presence at the League of Nations. And the vote was made out of 24 of the elders. 21 voted that the emperor should go, and 23 voted that he should stay and remain as the head of the army. Haile Selassie I was one of the 3 that voted that he should stay and remain as the head of the army. That is extremely serious, royal family. And although he and the other 2 were outvoted by 21 voters, Haile Selassie decided that he wasn't going. You have several authors that speak of this. Keith Bowen, in his book about the exile of Haile Selassie I, goes deep into this. The emperor refused to go. You see, many of us, we don't know this history here. The emperor refused to go. Ras Kassa had to come and encourage the King of Kings and show him the reality of what is taking place here, and that we cannot defeat these people without any assistance and the armament and all of the stuff that the leagues promised. They actually promised too, with their lying self. And at the end of the day, according to history, it was Empress Menen that had to encourage the King of Kings that, hey, it is better for us to make the move and rally ourselves in the position where we can make some sort of diplomatic presentation to the League of Nations. And of course, on the 5th of May, Haile Selassie was already at the borders going into Djibouti and leaving on his way to pass through Jerusalem, and then eventually he would reach England. 5th of May, 1936, I am speaking about. Follow this, royal family. We did a program entitled The Saddest Man in the World. We did a program entitled The Saddest Man in the World. That was not because we said so. We were playing for you. Well, we weren't playing. It was a serious thing. But we presented to you the newsreel, the British newsreel, where the announcer was saying, and here comes mounting off of the ship here in Malta, or Haifa it was, the saddest man in the world. That's Haile Selassie was speaking of. When the emperor left Ethiopia, and he went again, through Jerusalem, and before he stayed at King David's Hotel. In fact, at that time, there was a serious traffic strike. No vehicles were moving nowhere in Israel, but they had to break the strike so that the king's entourage could come through. Interesting. The reporter referred to Haile Selassie as the saddest man in the world. And what's interesting, is that the king was also battle scarred, and the whole world was acknowledging this. You go on YouTube and watch those old British reels of the war, especially when the king was on his way into exile, and listen to how these announcers speak. Nobody was wondering. It wasn't no secret. The king was fresh off of the battlefield. He was considered the battle-scarred lion. The saddest man in the world. Now let's deal with that saddest man in the world thing. You see, the thing is, because this is royalty. Do you know that the king, when he was going out of Ethiopia, he left with a Buick, a Cadillac, I think it's about 40 boxes of silver coins, 150 people, and a few other things. But everything could not go. And some lions, and everything could not go. When he reached to Djibouti, it took them some time before he boarded the ship as well. The king had to leave with 50 of the 150. So 100 had to turn back. The cars couldn't come. The lions couldn't come. All the money came. Let me see. And a few other things just couldn't come. So just imagine, because this is royalty moving here. And the emperor clearly said, we only took enough money. We didn't rob no treasury. We only took enough that we thought we needed for the short journey. Wow, the King of Kings. So why was he referred to as the saddest man in the world? There's a song we sing as Bobo Shanti, Man of Sorrow. What a name for the Son of Man to bear, ruin Israel to reclaim. Hallelujah, what a savior. That is him. Because the scripture, the book of Isaiah, speaks of him bearing sorrow and grief for the sins of the world. The saddest man in the world, and he hasn't even gone into exile yet. Yet still he's the saddest man in the world. You see, there is a picture of Haile Selassie I. I think that's when he was in Malta. And he was just leaning up on a short sort of post there, just leaning up. And in the early days, I used to always say, what an interesting picture. I never see the King of Kings leaning up on anything. He's always, well erect and seated with his back straight and the whole works. You know how Haile Selassie does it. So I would always admire how I see the king leaning up here. How is this? This is interesting. The king just cooling out. But the more I understood history and I could look at a picture and know when it was, where he was, how old he was, and all of that, I come to realize this is, again, the battle-scarred lion. The king was in terrible pain. He said so in his book. All of that time, the king was in terrible pain, coming off of the battlefield, and to show you how much agony he was in. You have a picture with the king leaning on something, just taking the weight off of himself. Man of sorrow. What a name for the Son of God who came. So, again, family, remember when Haile Selassie went to Britain now, it wasn't as if it was this great, like the King of England came out to meet him and all of that stuff. And this is another thing. Keep in mind that the year Haile Selassie went to England, England had 3 kings that very same year. Never before in history. This is how you know that we're dealing with a high scientific meditation here. This is how you know this ain't no joke, this ain't no regular thing. When Haile Selassie I went to England, England had 3 kings that same 1 year. Remember, you had King George V, and he got licked out, he died. And then his son came in. I think he took the name George or Henry. I'm not sure what name he took, but the name he took didn't last too long because he loved a woman and she was a divorcee, and these fellas don't deal with that, so they say. And then he just had to move on. And then King George VI came in now, and then he became king. So England had a year. Listen to this, eh? There was a year in England's history where something unique happened, maybe never happened before. This is England had 3 kings. And this year is 1936, the same year that the king of all kings came into exile, went into the Amenta, the underworld, man. And you see, we understand the history that Haile Selassie didn't go on a visit to England. It wasn't no vacation in London. In fact, the king himself was agitating to find a space in Switzerland so that he could be very close to the League of Nations. This is in Geneva, where the League of Nations was, Geneva, Switzerland. So he could perform his work much better from that point. But no, that was not the case. So Haile Selassie I, as you know, addressed the League of Nations on the 30th of June, 1936. He told them, today for us, tomorrow for you. Again, the importance of this address, you know what happened. The Italians started to boo and whistle as soon as the king began to speak. And then the lights came off and came on and came off and came on, and the hecklers were kicked out and the king started again. You know the whole story. And the king gave the speech. He showed them, he started in French, but he showed them that I'm just going to introduce myself here to you. Good day, but I'm going to read the rest of my speech. I'm going to express myself in my own lingua so that I can get it out the way that I want to get it out. And they said, go ahead. And he spoke unto them in a pure language. He spoke unto them with a language that came from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. He spoke unto them in Amharic. Remember, the book of Zephaniah says this, eh? We would have highlighted this several times. That he shall turn unto them a pure language from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. He shall speak unto them, give unto them a pure language. This is when the Lord shall gather all nations together. Which nations? The League of Nations. You see, what stands out here is that Haile Selassie I, prophetically, is the only head of state to ever address the League of Nations. And you see, this is the thing. You can't leave the prophecy out of this history. Sometimes we want to talk the history and forget the prophecy, but it's just natural. That is why his words to the League was considered as what? Prophetic. That's what they say it is. It was prophetic. Everybody says that. Christians say this, Muslims say it, politicians say it, that his words were prophetic. So who speaks prophetic words but a prophet? So he, the scripture says again that the Lord shall gather the nations together and plead to them for his people. That's it here, the nations, the only head of state to address the League of Nations. I mean, that stands for something. In fact, he's the only head of state to speak to both League of Nations and United Nations. It means something. What do you think? I'm sure it does. And he himself now spoke unto them in Amharic. The scripture says, he shall speak unto them in a pure language from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, pleading for his people. 1936, the 30th day of June. Now, you see the Christ figure. You know, it says that Christ was tried by the 72 priests. You may not get that in church, but in the theological upper room, you would hear them not only give you the numbers of the priests, but the names of the priests. So there's some deeper stuff here for many of us to learn. But that's interesting that you have 72 priests and judges that was condemning Christ. Remember, you know, the esoteric writing shows that 72 came to the banquet of Osiris. Because Haile Selassie is Osiris, we would have revealed that from the master of ceremonies. Some 13 years ago, the master of ceremonies. I'm talking about the ancient concept of Osiris, who was born in Ethiopia. The same Asar who became a man at the age of 13, just like the Deshemaka Tafari at the age of 13, governorship and so forth, 13. And Osiris, when he was 30, 1930, got crowned, became the king of all the kings, and 72 guests came to his banquet. And then laughing and bringing gifts and, hey, good old chap, good job. Hey, we brought a casket here for you. Let's see if it fits. And when he went into the casket, they locked it and they said, we got him now. And they tried their best to snuff him out and they cut him into 16 pieces and threw him in the river and the whole works. But in 5 years, he resurrected. In 5 years, Osiris came back to life with the power of his wife and the power of Anpu, Anubis, and the power of Tahuti. He was mummified and he resurrected. That's Osiris. Yes, it's allegory. Yes, it's metaphor. Yes, it's the mythos. And he became the constellation of Orion. But mythos and metaphor and allegory will become flesh sometime. And that is exactly what we see in the Bible's Lion of Judah, the descendant of Solomon, and the King of Kings of the Scripture, the Al-Masih of the Quran, the Sahu of the heavens, Haile Selassie I. So what happens here now? That he is speaking before the League. The League of Nations, it was 72 nations that came to his coronation. And these 72 European nations were in the League of Nations too. These are the same people that sacrificed him, cut him up into 16 pieces. It was Article 16. Article 16, the king mentions that several times in his autobiography. Article what? 16 pieces that they cut up Osiris into. I'm talking about the 72 nations that condemned Christ, the high priest and the judges. Everything is one. It's one, but we know for sure that it was fulfilled in the works and the presence of Haile Selassie the first. So the diplomatic works continued in Bath. When Haile Selassie established Bath, and this is another thing. When the king crushed the League of Nations, because the League was dead. How many of you have seen the documentary Lion and Judah? It's called Lion of Judah, but I call it Lion on Judah. The man says, when he asked the question to the League, there was no answer. And there could be none. The League was dead. The League was dead. The League was dead. Sure. Who crushed the League? The 10 toes. the stone that came out of the mountains without form. Who crushed the toes? The Ancient of Days. I beheld until all the thrones were cast down. And then the Ancient of Days did sit. Remember, between World War I and World War II, all the thrones were cast down, man. All. Do you know that Haile Selassie was the only absolute monarch? Not even the monarch of England was and is an absolute monarch. All the thrones. Italy lost its throne during World War II, Italy attacked Ethiopia with a pope and a king. And the pope died and the kingdom was crushed and the royal Italy family came to nothing before Haile Selassie returned to his throne. I wonder if you understand this. And I beheld, this is the book of Daniel I'm quoting, chapter 7. I beheld until all the thrones were cast down. All of these European countries were ruled by kings. At the end of World War II, let me repeat, I beheld until all the thrones were cast down. King of Finland, King of Norway, King of this. Some of them have kings and still have emperors up to today. But you don't hear about them on no news because they're just ceremonial figures. I'm saying the absolute monarch of the day was Haile Selassie. And believe it or not, the Pope of Rome. But he wasn't coronated. That's a different kind of thing. But that's why they put the dragon before the woman before she gave birth in 1930, when they did that in 1929. You're following the family. This is reality. And the Ancient of Days did sit. The book of Daniel 7. So the reality now is that the diplomatic work continued. This is important now after the speech to the League of Nations. So when Haile Selassie returned to England, he went to Bath. Now, Bath, the city. And he stayed at a palace that is a castle that is said to be the place where the first king of England was crowned. This is another thing, I'm telling you. But one of the main things about the visit to Bath was not to live, but for the emperor to avail himself of the hot springs of Bath. And that was really where the emperor began to heal himself, to take in, a moment. I think he spent a week there, going through the whole regiment and getting himself revived as such. So just imagine that. After coming off of the battlefield, it's just pure diplomatic works until he got to Geneva, spoke to the League of Nations, then he returned back to England and then went and took care of his body for a while. Then he went back to London and eventually came back to Bath within 2 weeks and set up Fairfields Village as the Bath home that we know of today. And again, when you go through the scriptures of his autobiography, the king clearly shows you that the diplomatic works continued. It was constant communication with what was taking place in Ethiopia. And remember, this was not the day of WhatsApp and Telegram and email. You know what I mean? And even snail mail was a problem. So you could imagine when he sent a message, when the message gonna reach. You could imagine when the message come back, when the retina, how long it took to return back to him. But the diplomatic works, even reaching out to the monarchy of England and the British Prime Minister and the Parliament, that was just a constant work from the office at Bath of Emperor Haile Selassie I. In his autobiography, the king clearly showed you that life in Bath was hard. We get in there, family. Life in Bath was hard. Remember, it was not just his family that he was taking care of. You had exiles all over the region, in the sense of you had exiles in Europe, in England too, in Europe. You had exiles in Kenya and Uganda and in the Sudan. You had exiles in France, in other places that the emperor had to take care of and make sure that they're funded. So the cunning mind of the emperor had to be at work constantly. And then, of course, his own family. That's another thing. And then the family of the dignitaries that were with him. Plus the war. Plus the war. Plus the bombs that are dropping in Ethiopia. Plus the mustard gas that the civilians that are not even in the war are receiving at the hands of Graziani. And that's another thing. The Graziani event of 1937 in February, when they attempted to take his life, and he escaped the assassination, but he murdered thousands of Ethiopians within a period of a few days. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer Graziani. So they have a certain part. If you look at the video known as The Footsteps of the Emperor, good documentary for you to watch. It speaks of Haile Selassie I specifically being extremely broke, if you want to use that term, to the point where the king had to sell his diamonds. And individuals were trying to give the king some sort of bum deal, and the king said, no, they're worth more than that. But just giving you an idea of where we were here. The emperor had to pay taxes. Why? Because after a while, Britain was trying so much to appease Ethiopia. Italy. Britain was beep kissing Italy. So they actually did not recognize the emperor as an emperor anymore. And because of that, he had to pay taxes. I want to read something here for you, royal family. We're going to soon seal this up. I want you to just tiger with me. This is from My Life and Ethiopia's Progress. This is volume 2, autobiography, Emperor Haile Selassie I. I pray that your Lenten period and fasting is going well. And this is the chapter 6, entitled The Message We Sent to America, Message to America, the message we sent to the American people on the BBC. Now, before we go into that, what happened here is that the emperor was receiving so many letters and good wishes and well wishes and so forth. And the emperor said he had to give this, speech. And it was Christmas Day. And so he took a taxi. Now, just that alone. Remember, the emperor brought his Buick. The emperor bought his Cadillac to the port in Djibouti to get on the Enterprise to bring his cars to wherever he was going. And the fella said, no, man, we can't carry all this stuff here. So his cars were left behind. So the fact that the emperor had to go in a taxi, I'm just trying to show you the standard of the man and how the standard would have been brought low of the man and how the standard would have been brought low. Remember, this is the same man I just explained to you had to sell the diamonds in a man to make sure the family can eat, to make sure everything is well even in the household. So the emperor took a taxi with some of the trustworthy ones with him. And while in the taxi, they got into an accident. Can you imagine getting into an accident, a man driving and he run into a car that have the Emperor of Ethiopia in it? And the Emperor fractured his knee bone, according to his words. I've seen other writings speaking of his collarbone, but we know the Emperor fractured his knee bone. And so he was in great pain, the book says here. And his assistants were pleading with him to go to a doctor, but he had the interview, he had the BBC speech to make. So the king said, okay, let's try the doctor. They went to, I think the place is Almond Street, it's right here in the book, but the doc wasn't there, and they tried to call somebody else and they didn't get through. And the emperor said, hey, listen, let me go and make my speech. The king said he was in great pain. He was in a taxi, the X and the I is the cross, you know. He was in a taxi, which he shouldn't be in, a taxi, and great pain. Listen to the speech he gave. I'm not going to read all the speech, but this is the point I want to highlight. And the emperor says, because he went to BBC, I am very pleased to send you words of my best wishes for your happiness, progress, and peace on this blessed day for mankind, from the capital of Great Britain, which is renowned for its hospitality. Let peace reign in your hearts, among your families, in the unity of governments, and in your relations with other peoples of the world. There is no greater day of gratitude and joy for Christians than celebrating the birthday of our Savior, Jesus Christus. On this day of happiness, every Christian, by meditating on his life and the work he accomplished for all of us, tends to forget the trials he faces and the sadness that breaks his heart. He says here, on this day of happiness, every Christian, by meditating on his life, that's the life of Christ, and the work he accomplished for us all, tends to forget the trials he faces and the sadness that breaks his heart. Remember, at that time, he was literally in pain, as if that was just symbolic to show us. He didn't, I mean, those who are listening to him didn't know that. The king ain't gonna come and say, boy, I just get in an accident here, but anyway, let me tell you what's going on. No. And I know the king wasn't limping, going into, ow, ouch, ouch, ouch. No, not my king. The king was walking erect, or else they would have some photo of that, of the king kneeling down and can hardly walk. They would have that photo somewhere around for you to see. But the king was walking erect. I'm sure one of those photos that you see of the king stepping like the royal guard was when his knee bone was fractured and he was in great pain. That's how much discipline Haile Selassie has. But it's interesting that he had to bear that cross just before he gave the speech, because the speech was not about his pain in his knee bone, you know. It was greater than that. The pain in the knee bone was symbolic of the great pain that he's going through in general. That is why on the documentary, The Footsteps of the Emperor, the lady that was the nanny of the children said that once they were listening to a record, and it was the theater of war, and you hear all the guns and the brrr and the pow, pow, pow. And when she observed the emperor, tears were running down his face. And these tears were splashing on the hands where you could see the the direct effect of the mustard gas that would have scarred the emperor's hands. She saw that and she gave that testimony and account of when she was a teenager taking care of the younger children in the emperor's house at Bath in Fairfield in the 1930s. Are you with me, royal family? The king just expressed to the people about what Christ would have done for all of us. Because if Hitler and Mussolini get control of this stuff, none of you would be around today. What Christ would have done for all of us. This is not religion. This is not your belief. You believe what you want to believe. I'm not telling you who to pray to. I'm showing you the reality of the world that we tend to forget again, according to the King of Kings words here. By meditating on his life and works, his accomplishments, what he accomplished for us all, we tend to forget the trials he faces and the sadness, the saddest man in the world, that breaks his heart. And he says here, I'm skipping now a bit, when he sacrificed himself at Golgotha for the atonement of our sins, he prayed with his last breath to forgive the forgiveness of those who tortured him, saying, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Listen to this, listen to this, listen to this. Shame on those of us who are Christians and do not follow the way of the Savior of the world, whose life was filled with kindness, humility, and martyrdom. That's him. If we lived by the laws he gave us, and we were worthy of being called Christians, peace would have reigned on this earth. That's some level of condemnation, though. Because no peace on the earth. And he said if we were real Christians, all of this war would not be taking place. And he's showing to the world once again, let me just seal this up with this point, that we tend to forget the sadness in the heart of Christ. Yeah, we're happy and we're celebrating, but we tend to forget his trials and the pain that he bore. Number one, he shouldn't even be bearing no pain. He shouldn't be even riding in no taxi. But the reason why he's riding in the taxi is because of our sins. He came to save us. The devil and Lucifer and Beelzebub coming in to take over, and you got to run away with your gold. And these fellas skinning people alive and burning people in ovens, and they're going to continue to do that if they have 1940 and 1950 and 1960 to live out their lives. But I'm here, I'm Michael the Archangel, standing in the breach. I'm the Superman that flies out in the space to meet the comet and meet it head on so it doesn't destroy you. I'm the one, I'm the Atlas that carries the planet on my shoulder. Me. Because if I wasn't here, the world would be different today. If I didn't go and speak to the League of Nations, this wouldn't be the planet that you would be talking about. You think nuclear warfare imminent is something to speak about? Just imagine if I didn't come. All of these other emperors that you try to compare me to, put any one of them on the throne and call Mussolini, and let's see the outcome. Yeah, you can't play with Haile Selassie Rastafari. This is discipline to the peak. This is wisdom to the peak. This is not King Solomon. This is shrewdness and knowledge and sheer instinct at its climax. And this is exactly what was needed to win this war. Staying and fighting on the battlefield is quite heroic. But what would have that done? Were you waiting for the sky to open, eh? Yeah, that's how people think. What would have that done? Or what would that have done? Some other emperor would have stayed and died on the battlefield. Haile Selassie is the man of the hour. So Churchill came to power. And as you know, the history, as we highlighted earlier, that they needed to get Mussolini and Hitler off the scene, straight up, or else their whole stuff would have come to an end. And this is why it was necessary to get Haile Selassie I out of exile immediately, because the table has turned overnight, literally overnight. Now listen, family, let's get this out of our heads. This whole thing about, Britain came and had to help Ethiopia and all of that stuff. And no, we already crushed that. But even their campaign, why didn't they just go and destroy Mussolini without the emperor? Mussolini was meddling in Kenya. Mussolini was meddling in Egypt and Libya. So they had other interests that Mussolini was meddling in. They didn't have to necessarily concentrate on Ethiopia. Why? Because that's where the powerhouse was, number one. And they could have gone in without Haile Selassie. No, they couldn't. No, they couldn't. They could have never win no war without Haile Selassie. The soldiers, the warriors on the battlefield alone would have crushed them. Look how they had Italy. Italy's army was no pia army, no man. Italy had one of the toughest, and even some describe it as the toughest army at the time when they invaded Ethiopia. Imagine that. The strongest army invading Ethiopia and still could not conquer it, even with illegal weaponry. Wow. Enough respect to the warriors of the Ethiopian regiment, the Ethiopian soldiers, the Ethiopian tribal chiefs and warriors, races, and the whole works. Enough respect to all the ancestors that were on the battlefield. Enough respect to all the women and the children of that time and who had to lose their lives. Praise for I. Let the earth hear his voice. Holy Emmanuel I. Selassie I. Jah. Rastafari. You see the king here. Look at this. This is him with Major Colonel Wingate and I think it's Lieutenant Sandyford. His title is, but it's Stanford. But I think it's Stanford, something of the sort. But I think it's a lieutenant he is. And these individuals were a part of it, along with the reporter George Steer. They were a part of the Gideon force. Haile Selassie entered Ethiopia with the Gideon force led by Wingate. And he entered from Sudan via the airplanes. And you could see them here, literally plotting on the battlefield. They have videos where you can see it obviously. Haile Selassie is the leader of this Gideon force. I would have done programs on YouTube recently, at least within the last 7 months, showing you with video clips that Haile Selassie was controlling the war. He wasn't just taken back to Ethiopia, as some documentaries put it, after the British removed the Italians. What kind of foolishness is this? They had different fronts of the war. You had the front that was led by General Platt coming in from Eritrea. You had Cunningham, General Major Cunningham coming in from the south, coming in from Kenya and these places. And again, you had the Gideon force with Wingate coming in from the west. So it was on different fronts, the battle was taking place. And then, of course, you had our warriors in the central part, and we were just massacring because we got the ammunition too. We got the tanks, we got the planes. I don't mean British manned tanks and planes, you know. The Ethiopians got the highest levels of rifles and guns. And of course, we had soldiers from South Africa and Kenya and Nigeria and so many things, and India. Many things were taking place in this war. This was a real apocalypse, a real Armageddon business happening here. And all the African countries, Ghana, everybody came back for revenge, even though they were British subjects. Look at the mystic of this war. And you can clearly see Haile Selassie at the helm. Don't let nobody fool you like they've fooled many. So when you see the emperor regain his throne on the 5th of May, 1941, and since we brought out the concept of Osiris being Haile Selassie, we've continually harped at this from the 5th of May 1936 to the 5th of May 1941. We're talking about the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, Emperor Haile Selassie I, in the what is known as the exile position in the period of the Amenta. This is what I've been highlighting earlier. That is the real Amenta. That is the underworld that the emperor went into. So now, when you observe even the number 72, look at 72. 72 times 5, the 5 years, because this is important. The 5 bleeding wounds that Christ bore. Christ bore 5 bleeding wounds for the sins of his people. This is why I'm showing you that the 5 is the symbol of grace. It has a meaning. The 5 is the symbol of repentance. It has a meaning, the 5th kingdom of Negus and all of that. So Venus itself makes a 5-point star every 8 years in its movement across the heavens. That's Venus. So the 72 nations that came and bowed, the 72 individuals, high priests that condemned the Christ. I'm telling you again, the same 72 that crucified Osiris. This is science because the sun moves 1 degree every 72 years. So you see the 72 in many different aspects. The sperm of a man takes 72 days to mature properly. So the 72 is well encoded in science, in the Fibonacci series of numbers, or the golden spiral, I should more say. In this case, the 72 is key. 72 plus 72 is 144. Very key again when it comes to the cycle of life, 144,000 elect and 144,000 petals of light within the holy chakra system. So the 72 times the 5 is the 360. That's the whole cycle. The snake with the tail in its mouth. Continuous, 360 degrees. So this is why we said at the beginning of the program now, the concept of the Lenten period is to do this in remembrance of me. The concept of the burning of the chalice, as often as you do it in remembrance of me, because me is the herb. You know? I'm me the herb, I'm me the tree of life. What am I saying? I'm me the tree of life. The tree of life is a man. That's why you take the tree of life and sacrifice the tree on the portable altar. The tree is burned like the lamb's bread that it is, broken like the lamb's bread that it is. And when you burn the lamb, the green God, the green Osiris, they cut up into 14 pieces because you got to chop it up good and you burn that on the chalice. The smoke goes into the underworld. The smoke goes underneath the water because the Amenta is seen as a watery world. You know, that's why you go into the Amenta in ships. The Orient liner often, that's the ship that the king came to England in. It sounds like orphan, but it's something else. But orphan is a child that has no mother and no father, man. A Melchizedek figure. But he went into exile in ships. Ships is very symbolic in theology. So when you comprehend the underworld, the watery world, that's why the Christ is seen coming out of the water, out of the fish. Jonah is seen coming out of the water. The fish spit him out. Vishnu is coming out of the fishnu. And the fish spitting Vishnu out because the Christ comes out of the fish, the Nun, Joshua the son of Nun. Deep science, deep esoteric for those who don't like it and run from it. Deep esoteric science, And it's the same thing here, but the thing is, you don't have to worry. All the science comes to life. All the science comes to reality. With the Christ that was born in the city of David. The city of David, according to 2 Chronicles, is somewhere in the region of the river Gihon. Everybody in Ethiopia says the Gihon is the Blue Nile. So what are we talking about here? So as we are going through the Lenten period, again, we are meditating strongly on the spirit and the energy of him who bore the sacrifice for us. As he said, we tend to forget the sadness of his heart and the fracture of his knee bone. I remember after the interview, the king didn't hop out and go get some crutches, The king went to another hospital, but this wasn't for him. This was a children's hospital where his daughter was doing some work as a nurse. Because they were having a Christmas party and he promised that he would be there, and the emperor went. And I could imagine that he was as humble and nothing, nobody knew that something happened to his knee, nothing. Until later, after he did the birthday party, the Christmas party with the children, he went and took care of his knee. You can imagine that? Just like when he went and appeared before the League of Nations, man, before he went and took care of himself. He didn't leave the battlefield and go and get treatment. He left the battlefield and went to do the diplomatic work. This is an emergency. Went before the League and then came back to England and said, listen, man, if I don't take care of myself, I'm not going to be able to take care of nobody else. And he went to Bath and took the baths and said, this is a place I'd like to live. And he went and come back. Yeah. Now, maybe I'd like to live, but best choice for now. Now, as we go through our fasting, that's why we are fasting and praying, so we can speak about the glory of our King and what he would have done for us. But what I'm doing here is homing in, family. Homing in on that exile period. Homing in on that period in the underworld. Homing in on that Amenta time frame where he bore the cross, his trials and tribulations, man of sorrow, what a name. That is why Isaiah 53, Herbie, yeah, the bug, the Volkswagen that they put the king in when they came for him in 75, 74, 12th of September, Herbie, number 53, Isaiah 53, Herbie, the Herbie. We did a whole program on that. I think we did it twice. But anyway, Isaiah 53, who shall believe our report? And to whom is the arm of the Lord revealed? That is the psalm that speaks of the coming Messiah, the suffering Messiah, the man of sorrows who is acquainted with grief. Family, do this, the Lent. Meditate the chalice. Do this in remembrance of me. And not just remembrance, but what are we remembering? The trials, the tribulations, the sadness of his heart, and of course the joy of resurrection. This is not all about the doom and gloom, the joy of resurrection and bringing life. And of course, as the emperor says in his autobiography, all that he would have done for the benefits of us all. Yeah, so we do give thanks for the life giver and the keeper of life. When I think of all the goodness of Negus and all that he has done for I sing and shout hallelujah. Thank God for saving I. Negus Emmanuel, I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Royal family, we're looking to have a gathering in Ethiopia in July. A gathering. Now, if an individual may not want to be a part of our tour, you can still contact us and we work out and assist you with all you need when it comes to being here in Ethiopia during 113th anniversary of Haile Selassie's Earth Day. But remember, that will disconnect you from all